For the Joint Appropriations Committee on June 23rd, 2026. Senator Driscoll.
Here.
Good.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Excused.
Senator Larson.
Here.
Representative Alleman.
Good.
Representative Angeles.
Here.
Representative Haroldson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. Thank you. Director Richards, can you give us just a heads up of what's happening this morning then?
Yes, good morning, members of the committee. Don Richards, Legislative Service Office, Budget Fiscal Administrator. Your first topic on the agenda is salaries set by statute. This comes from a Management Council assignment to the Joint Appropriations Committee for interim work. And it is also in somewhat an outgrowth of Section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys. You'll recall in this last budget session, the Joint Appropriations Committee increased that appropriation and provided a footnote to provide for enhanced contributions from the state for county and prosecuting attorneys. At the conclusion of that topic, we have a couple of updates from agencies, specifically the employee group insurance. This is the state employee health, life, and dental insurance program, followed by an update of the fire season by the state forester, Kelly Norris. And then in the afternoon, although if you're running ahead of schedule, I know that the Department of Health will be here before lunch if you wish to take them at that time. They'll be providing an update of the federal funding of almost $1 billion over 5 years, titled the Rural Health Transformation Program Update. In the afternoon, after any committee directives, the committee has a by invitation tour of the Wyoming Life Resource Center.
Great, thank you so much. So the first item up is the salary set by statute, and we have Director Obrecht from LSO. Good to see you, Director, and good to have you here, and please take it away.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Matt Obrecht, LSO. Like Don said, Management Council assigned you a topic to look at salaries that are set in statute. And essentially what those salaries are: the 5 statewide elected officials, the judges, the district attorneys, and county officials, including county prosecuting and or county attorneys and prosecuting attorneys. Mr. Chairman, Elizabeth Martinow did a really extensive and well put together memorandum on all salaries that are set by statute, kind of the history of those salaries, their increases, how they've kept up with different inflationary indices and state employees in general over the last 50 years or so. If the committee has any questions about those salaries in general, Elizabeth can jump in and walk through her memo on that. My understanding from the chairman is that today the Appropriations Committee would like to focus on the salaries of the county and prosecuting attorneys and the state contribution to those. And like Don alluded to, this committee and the full legislature gave some additional funding for those salaries, for the state share of those salaries in the budget bill this year. And I can just briefly give you a little bit of background on those. The county and prosecuting attorney salaries are set in statute in 18.3.101 through 18.3 and 18.3.107. Or I'm sorry, it's actually all in 18.3.107. It's just 2 different parts. In part or in paragraph A, it says that full-time county attorneys and full-time county and prosecuting attorneys shall receive annual salaries as follows. And essentially what it is, Mr. Chairman, is the lowest salary they can get is $35,000 a year, but it won't be more than a circuit court judge is provided under 5.1.110. And it's a little convoluted, Mr. Chairman, but through actions of the legislature and statutory mechanisms, a current salary for a district court judge, or I'm sorry, a circuit court judge in Wyoming is $153,700 a year. And Mr. Chairman, if we go down and look at 18.3.107F, I think this is really the rub for the county and prosecuting attorneys, is this is the state share of what those salaries are. So the county and prosecuting attorney salaries are set every 4 years by the county commission, and they're set for 4 years. They can't be adjusted during that time. And right now, whatever they get paid, the state share of that is either half of that annual salary or $50,000, whichever is less. And for assistant county and prosecuting attorneys, it's even less of a state share, potentially. It's $30,000 or 50% of the salary of that assistant county and prosecuting attorney. And again, that is whichever is less. Mr. Chairman, your actions through the budget bill for the biennium increase the state contribution for county and prosecuting attorneys and assistant county and prosecuting attorneys by $1.5 million for each year of the biennium. And that's spread out to roughly $464,000 for the 21 county and prosecuting attorneys and $1,035,000 for their deputy salary throughout the biennium. And I think it works out, Mr. Chairman, for the 21 counties that participate. They get an extra $22,000 a year to go towards their county and prosecuting attorney salaries. And this is, I think Loretta will probably be able to give you some better numbers than this. But if there's 75 assistant county and prosecuting attorneys in the state, each one, the county gets an additional $13,800 for that position for each year of this biennium, with that extra $3 million that you've appropriated. So, Mr. Chairman, that's real quick introduction to this topic as it relates to county and prosecuting attorneys. I'm happy to answer any questions or let Loretta take over. If you have any questions for Beth on her excellent memo, we can take those too.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Pendergraph.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I'd like to give a little background because this was actually myself that started this. About 18 years ago, statute was written, as was explained a few minutes ago, that the state would contribute $50,000 to a prosecuting attorney's salary to the county. And the idea at the time that would be about half of the salary. Well, 18 years later, that is a little bit behind. And so my concept was to bring that up to whatever we agreed the level should be, and then tie that to federal judges whose salaries Director Obrecht also sent some documents that I will forward to every one of you. And that way we don't have to worry about this 5, 10, 15 years down the road. They just automatically follow the judges' salaries, which follow the economy. So my sole purpose, so I didn't want to get this thing too broad and run into too many problems and not have it passed. My sole purpose was just to focus on prosecuting attorneys and their assistants. And that was the original bill draft that I will send to each of you. I'm also including LSO staff on that so that we're all kind of looking at the same thing. The numbers in this draft, I don't necessarily agree with, but the framework and the concept is what I'm after. And then if management council insists and we need to go look at other salaries, I guess we could do that. But I would ask that if we come to a bill draft, that we keep it just on this item. Is a much better opportunity for it to actually make, allow it to pass. The other thing that I wanted to mention was mentioned by Director Obrecht. We put $3 million into this fund as a one-time get through this biennium. At the end of that, the counties would be left high and dry if we don't do something. And I believe we definitely need to do something. This is an essential purpose, an essential work of government, and we need to do it properly. The things that we do, we need to do well. And so that is my ask. That is why this is here in front of us today. And I'm also open for any questions should they arise.
Any questions from the committee?
Just a statement.
Yes, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Elizabeth, I just want to thank you, Ms. Martineau, thank you for your work. And I definitely hear the good representative on kind of we're wanting to dial into the topic, but I do enjoy the fact that we had the full view of kind of where we stand as far as the state with other states around us, the conversation, where in some ways we're very competitive, in some ways we aren't very competitive, but it is, thank you for giving us a snapshot or a glimpse across the board as to how we compare with other states around us and also the federal. So thank you for that, and also agree with the good representative that it is time to update these numbers for that more specific group.
I also want to thank Elizabeth for the good work and appreciate it so much. Ms. Callis, how are you? Welcome. Good to have you here. Do you have some, I bet you have some thoughts about this.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Salazar. Again, Loretta Callis. I am the Uintah County and Prosecuting Attorney, but I'm also the president of the Wyoming County and Prosecuting Attorneys Association. So I'm here representing our association today. We have very gratefully been working with Representative Pendergraft as well as Mr. Albrecht related to some of these issues. We do appreciate the legislature's overwhelming support. This passed both in the Senate and the House for the extra funding with substantial support. And so we do recognize that. I wanted to start today by kind of going more into the basics, and you guys may not, this good council may not need this, but the county and prosecuting attorneys are a specially circumstance related to our statutes. And I want to make sure that people know that. In relation to county government, there are certainly a number of county elected officials who serve a role for the state government, whether it's the assessor assessing property, treasurers, collecting the taxes, clerks certainly record documents. But what many don't realize is that in 21 counties, we are effectively state employees, but we are not compensated by the state. And so when I say that, you each and every year with this good board, certainly I've had the pleasure of coming and talking about our Budget 160 for several years, but more pertinently, so do the districts of the 1st and 7th District. And that is because there are only 2 districts in Wyoming that are completely confined within their county boundaries. And so those 2 locations have district attorneys. There are 7 other judicial districts that separate out the 21 counties. Some counties have 2 counties. I believe 1 district, and I actually have diagrams if they would ever be helpful for you all to see how it's broken down into those facilities, but those other 21 counties are split into the other 7 districts. For example, in my district, we have Sweetwater, Uintah, and Lincoln County. And so when they refer to the county and prosecuting attorney in Natrona and Laramie County, the commissioners appoint a county attorney and pay for those substantially, in fact, I believe entirely out of their budget. And the difference in that is that I have the exact same responsibilities as Dan Itzen and Sylvia Hackle in relation to enforcing the statutes that you so diligently pass through the legislature. We have substantial criminal dockets. I myself am the felony prosecutor for my county, and we had within an 80% filing in Uinta County as Sweetwater County. So a substantial workload that we are dealing with for the county. I did do a survey around the state, and your elected prosecuting attorneys across the state do provide that 85 to 100% of their workload that they are personally doing is for the state of Wyoming, specifically is in their prosecutor role. And then for my office, for example, I have 2 deputies. I'm supposed to have 3, but some of this that we're trying to discuss is related to getting to actual functional proportional salaries so that we can actually fund some of our positions. I have had an open prosecutor position in my office for 4 years that I've actively advertised for. But I have one prosecutor in my office that the only work he does is for the state of Wyoming. He does no civil work whatsoever. And then I have one deputy that assists in about 10% of his time in relation to civil work, and the remainder is in our circuit court. And that is similar that you will find in each and every one of our counties. Uinta County is not unique. And so in relation to matters, it is a discussion, as Representative Pendergraft has noted. 18 years ago, the state recognized the work that the prosecutors' offices were doing and did provide for funding. And then 16 years ago is when there was additional funding for the assistant prosecutors, or deputy county and prosecuting attorneys is how they're reflected. And so when we are looking into these modifications, and again, as noted, Management Council, there was a request for an interim topic for this, and it was granted. It was run through Management Council, and they reassigned to this provision. But it is the focus that my office would have and my association would have is 183107. And inherently 183107 does also, however, have to deal with 51110, which is the salaries for judges. That is because in 2022, with the legislature having movement from substantially the entirety of all the county associations did change the salary caps and tied those to the circuit court judge. There is an argument to be made, and I don't know how much we want to get into discussion or how much I can provide for you, but the Constitution provides that the salaries for prosecuting attorneys should be proportionate to the value of services rendered. And nationwide as well, for the division of powers and the executive branch versus the judiciary, it is generally determined through the National District Attorneys Association and other provisions that is usually the court of general jurisdiction, which would be the district court, not the circuit court. However, when that was changed and tied to the circuit court, it was a substantial raise that that the legislature provided us in 2022. And so I do have a number of research issues that I can provide as to what are comparable salaries. They are certainly very consistent with what Ms. Martineau has provided in her memorandum and are consistent in reflecting the failure to keep up with essentially Wyoming's cost of living that has effectively provided for issues, but I can also provide local comparisons. For example, a incoming attorney in my area of the state starts at about 150,000 plus commission. Most of your prosecuting attorneys have well beyond that experience. I've been practicing law for 25 years, going on 26 years. So I don't know what is the most helpful for you all to deal with, but I did want to focus on the fact that we do not only the work that your district attorneys do, but we also represent the counties. So I do have that civil aspect of things. And so whether it is the percentage of work that we can focus on, the salaries that we can focus on, or other provisions, then it is important to do that. We would note that Representative Pendergraft did touch on a concern that really was prolific around the counties over the last 2 months. While it is certainly very appreciated that 22,000 that will come for the next 2 years will help in 27 and 28 for the county's budgets, as well as the amount for the deputy county attorneys, and those vacillate. They average about 78 county attorneys. When Mr. Olbrecht was discussing the 75, that is the number of deputy county attorneys that were billed to the state in 2025 for our most recent numbers, and so that's the 13,000. And so while we certainly appreciate that, there were a number of commissions across the state that said, okay, well, that's great. We have money for 2 years. And when the legislature decides they don't care anymore, then we're stuck paying these salaries and you're still doing the work for the state. And so there were about 7 of the different counties that did raise their county attorneys to the statutory maximum. There were a number of them that did not. There were substantial raises provided in almost every county. But in relation to that, universally, it was a concern for fiscal responsibility from the county commissioners and a concern that this was a 2-year, which is the only thing you can do on a biennial budget, but a 2-year concern. And so it is certainly our hope that we can, at the very minimum, update the legislation from 18 years ago, but maybe have some more substantial, realistic change to actually recognize the work that your prosecutors are doing across the state. So I would stand for questions. And again, I have a lot of research, if any, or whatever.
Ms. Callis, we heard compelling testimony for the need for help. And I believe that too. There needs to be help. I would like to concentrate this morning specifically on the numbers, though, specifically on the salaries. So can you give this committee and anyone watching, let's start with an overview of what exactly the salaries of most prosecutors are, county and prosecuting attorneys, where they're at with the 2-year help that we gave, and then what recommendations are you thinking of with regard to ongoing financial help in the outlier years as far as their salaries go? I know Representative Pendergraft had mentioned he wasn't totally on board with the numbers that were in the draft as it is. I'd like to concentrate on specific numbers, and maybe you can help us all with that.
Thank you, Chairman Salazar. I would also note one of the numbers I should have had with me that you may have concern related to also reflect to workloads. I will say substantially because of we live in a very large state, and what I see on the I-80 corridor in Uintah County is very different than what they see in Crook County. But first and foremost, for where our current salaries are, I do actually have the elected officials provisions. So I can go down all 23 counties if you would like, but I will note that the lowest paid county and prosecuting attorney at this juncture, even after the funding that was provided, is in Weston County. And they did not adjust that elected official's salary. That position will still be at $75,000. And so I think that can, particularly for those of you that are from the northeastern corner of the state, in functioning for that position, they do allow him to take some part-time outside work, but that is a gross deviation, I think, from where the salaries should be.
So let me stop you there. Do you have a concern that if the state continues to support financially these necessary increases that it's going to get to the people, get to the prosecutors?
Chairman Salazar, we do have a concern. My executive board have spoken more diligently, but certainly there's been discussions on our entirety of our association. And so one consideration that I believe that we would ask for you to consider is mandating our salaries. And the reason for that is because, again, we do the same work as the district attorneys. And if the state is investing in us and investing in the work that we are doing and enforcing your statutes, then there should be some accountability for those payments, because otherwise those funds that you are providing to us effectively go into those counties' general budgets to pay for other positions that are not intended.
So I guess we can either mandate it or we can footnote it and simply say, these funds will go to this and nothing else, or it reverts back to the state.
And we would strongly encourage you to consider one or two of those options, Chairman Salazar, because it is a concern. There is a large disparity across the state as to where people are being paid and when. And I have always encouraged individuals, if they ever doubt the workload that we are doing, to come sit in our offices for a week. You would probably not want to stay with me on Friday night till 8 p.m., which is what I've been doing for the last 3 years, because I don't like to leave unfinished work on my desk. But the simple fact of the matter is that is a grave concern, is that there are counties that are not appropriately addressing the salaries that you are directing. In relation to those salaries, there have been some wage studies that have been conducted across the state. Unfortunately, as you probably are aware, when you do wage studies, they're already old when we get them. But for example, Sweetwater County did a survey that provided for city and county attorneys across the region. And in 2022, the county attorney's average was $190,000. And so that would demonstrate still that we are substantially below the general market rate. Another factor that you could consider in relation to where those salaries may be, should be, is actually recognizing what you guys already see. This council, as well as the legislature, has amazing attorneys that work for them. Your LSO office certainly is talented. Many of them have similar, if not and sometimes different experiences than we do. You will not find a more experienced trial attorney than your prosecutors. However, the salaries that you pay them are well within that $200,000 range, especially for your upper management, which is what your prosecutors are for your elected officials. The National District Attorneys Association and the American Bar Association both do tie the elected official prosecutors' salaries to the district court, which your district court, from Ms. Martineau's provision, certainly has some different issues, but it is currently set at they are currently set at 171.2. And then there was proposed, in Mr. Albrecht's research, there was discussion as to tying that to the federal court judge, which would put that at 199,920. So if in 4 different models that we have reviewed and researched, it would provide for a fair compensation, which is what the Constitution mandates this legislature to do, at approximately $200,000 at this time.
So a couple things come to mind. Number one, I speak solely for myself. My preference would be, instead of mandating to the counties what they must pay, my preference would be that we provide the additional resources, and if the county doesn't allocate it to the target that we would want, then it comes back to the state, and that mechanism be used. Secondly, I'd love to hear from you. I know you just gave us some numbers, but can you give me some specific, after the 2 years are out, what specific increased numbers would you consider would be fair? And then finally, I know when we had hearings during the session, one of the things that I heard was a lack of the ability to fill the vacancies. There was a lack of help. So we're increasing the salaries. Is that going to help with regard to the vacancies so that you're not working on a Friday night till 8:30 or 9 o'clock?
Chairman Salazar, I will note that again, we have a lot of variation across the state. I personally cannot imagine why we have such a hard time recruiting attorneys to Southwestern Wyoming. And so I'm going to be candid first about my area and then just general. We are in what's called a representation desert in Southwestern Wyoming. I could probably name right now our practicing attorneys in Lincoln County and Uintah County to you. It would be more difficult for me for the panhandle of Lincoln County because, as you may be aware, most of them go up to Teton County, so I'm not as familiar with them. But I do know that the one firm we have that has survived in Evanston, Wyoming, has been able to recruit associates because they do pay appropriately. They have incoming salaries and commission provisions that facilitate and encourage those individuals to come. And in relation then to across the state, when we are competing with the Public Defender's Office, LSO, and the AG's office, and their starting salaries are in the 80s and 90,000 range, and our starting salaries, because of our commissioners, are in the 50, 60, and 70,000 range, then we're not competing at all. That is a non-starter, and I think that that is a basic understanding anybody can say. Why would you come and work for some place where you could go and work somewhere else for 10 to 15? And that's in the public sector. In the private sector, those individuals are starting out between 130 and 170,000 a year. And so you are looking for people, and truly for people that are lifetime individuals. I am finishing up my 12th year as the county and prosecuting attorney in Uintah County. I love what I do, and I do it for a reason that has very little to do per se with my salary. But it does get difficult when I know that there are no attorneys in my county and I could be making 4 times my salary. To say the greater good means I need to do this job. And that's where it comes to. So yes, increasing those salaries at least into a competitive rate so that we can compete with even the salary scales that you provide for some of your government attorneys is essential for us to be able to compete in hiring. It won't necessarily fix why people don't want to come in to live in one of the most beautiful areas in the world. But I'm working on that independently to figure out how to get people to Southwestern Wyoming.
So can you give me a general figure of what you think would be fair in a bump after the 2 years?
And yes, Chairman Salazar, that is why in trying to assess those information, and I will note specifically, again, different areas compete with different things. We are dealing in my area with Summit County, Utah, which is one of the richest places in the world. And Lincoln County, as noted, deals with Teton County. But there are those vacillations all across the state where you have competing factors. And I think that the most fair provision of that is why we did look at those models. Where today, and as you all aware, the cost of living has skyrocketed in Wyoming over the last 4 years. So it's hard to project where we're going to be in 2 years. Currently, the CPI is about 2.9%, I think, nationwide. Wyoming's cost of living is going up at a higher rate. And so that is something certainly I would take into consideration. But looking at the models that compare wage salaries, local state numbers, the district attorney's salaries, and then that provisional tie related to federal salaries, again, that would put us in that 200,000 range.
So let me say it's very refreshing when I ask a question about a number that I actually receive that information Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Callis, for being here. It's been good to work with you on this. I just kind of wanted your take publicly on another concept. We have a program for medical students whereby we assist them in getting an education. We have agreements with a couple of universities. And then in return, those graduates come back to Wyoming and serve a period of time. My concept is that they would be required to come back and serve as assistant prosecutors. Do you believe, from what you've seen, that that would be an effective help? And if so, how much? What the how much part of that is, how effective do you think that might be?
Ms. Cal?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergraft, I think it would be a substantial help. I would note, I believe at this juncture, it was either 3 or 4 years ago, there was a rural attorney initiative that was presented through the legislature. It went down in flames fairly quickly. I don't think it even made it out of committee as the whole at the time. However, I'm a nerd, and I've been watching basically all of your interim meetings this year. And one of the things that has drastically stood out to me is that it's not just your prosecutors or attorneys across the state. I noted in the agricultural meetings that the veterinarians are having issues, our doctors are having issues. The WWAMI program and the medical provisions certainly is a key component that has provided medical care in some of our rural areas across Wyoming for decades. I believe that has been in place. Well, I know it was an opportunity when I was in college, and that was a long time ago. So I do think that that would be imperative, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out that any such initiative should not just focus, although certainly I am a prosecutor and I will always be a prosecutor at this point in my life, at least that's my intention. But our public defenders are also grossly understaffed at this time as well. And those initiatives, I think, are key to facilitating public service and providing for that public service. That is one concern, I think, with the rural initiative that the legislature had. It is mostly just to address the representation desert. And that doesn't necessarily completely address the fact that public service doesn't compete with the private sector. But that type of programming and providing for that funding, law school is quite an investment. And to be able to have an ability to pay for that and to have a basis for where that is, and any such legislation, I would strongly encourage be population-based to a certain extent, because I will note that there doesn't seem to be any problem with Cheyenne and Casper and getting attorneys. And it's the Goshens and the Platte counties and the Lincoln and even up in Hot Springs. I could name all of our smaller counties that they're desperately in need of some assistance.
Representative Harrelson?
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. So I was on judiciary when we had that conversation originally, and a little bit of clarity on that, to the good representative. So it was broader. It was to try to keep attorneys in the state of Wyoming, because what we are finding in the rural areas is a lack of attorneys. And at that time, there wasn't an appetite. It narrowly made it out of judiciary, and then did go down in flames promptly thereafter. With that said, I'm going to now pivot to a question. I know you said Weston County at 70, almost half of the actual wage in that position. Where else are we seeing this? I mean, so when we say 153, which 153 isn't good, obviously we see that. We see we need to probably be higher than 153, but 75 is really not good. How many are in that? Because we see all the way down to 35 potentially. Where are we at on that? Could you talk a little bit more about kind of if we have a cross section?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Harrelson, we do have some fairly substantial disparities. Again, Weston County is grossly deviant from the rest of the counties, and I'm not meaning to call them out. It's just a fact. The next lowest paid is Platte County at 96,000. And Mr. Boyer, I believe, has been practicing law for over 30 years. So certainly he is a very experienced, thoughtful individual. I will note again that Platte County does allow him to take a small amount of private practice. I would note on that, I can't imagine with my ethical obligations for being able to provide for adequate representation, that I would be able to have that as an actual option to say that I have time to take private cases.
Ms.
Then,
Callis, since you have the list in front of you, can you read off the 5 lowest
Yes.
and their salary amount?
so again, Weston is the lowest, and then it is Platte County. And then, yes, so 75, 96. Just trying. So Platte County is 96. Bighorn is at 103,960. Niobrara is at 106,707.98, which is an interesting, weird number. And then we start substantial more than that. It looks like the next would be Hot Springs at 110. And so the northern end of the state looks like they're a little behind, as well as then the next would be Fremont County at 117.6. And since we're here in Fremont County, I would note that even though their population is substantially lower than others, they have, I believe, the 4th highest caseload as far as violent felonies particularly. And so some would argue that that is also a gross deviation from the work that is performed. So
And again, these numbers are set by the county commissioners.
they are. And again, I know that I had a difficult, sorry, Chairman Salazar. I had a difficult conversation with my commissioners, and I think that that can be hard. But for me, I pointed out that it was my belief that it was the intention of this body and the legislature that the effectively now 77,000 that you were providing to us was supposed to be in addition to what they pay other county officials. And so while that would have effectively said for where we were at, that I would have 187, which is in excess of the maximum, so they could not do that. But they agreed with that rationale. I think that in some locations, both because of financial constraints and the portion that the state is paying, as well as in their recognition of the work and the importance of the work, that they are not compensating fairly.
So is there anyone on Zoom that has a question? Anyone? Okay, I just want to give the opportunity. Anyone here? Any follow-up, any questions? Ms. Callis, what else do you have for us? Anything else you'd like to mention?
Well, in relation, yes, Chairman Salazar, this is just on an aside that is not necessarily per se related to our salaries. It has come to be an inquiry as to the extent as to why the legislature has capped the compensation for other county officials. The state does not pay for any other county elected official. And so while there is a statutory obligation for the legislature to direct the compensation and salaries, it is just an interesting quandary to me as to why that is even an issue per se. Because, for example, if Teton County can and wants to pay their county officials in the $250,000 to $300,000 range, which for that location is a moderate income, then they should be able to do so, but I'm not here to advocate for them. It was just a point of notation for that. In addition to that, I would note for some of the concerns particularly that have come up today, that the minimum salary for county and prosecuting attorneys has not been adjusted. I believe for 18 years. And so that would be another mechanism, and those are in paragraph D of 18.3.107. Finally, with due respect, and speaking to Mr. Olbrecht, he said that there was a draft legislation that he and Representative Pendergraft worked on during the legislative session. And you guys were really busy. It was a budget session, so I don't think that that really had a lot of circulation. But we would ask you to use caution and ask for input as to the percentages that the state does pay for. Because in at least the initial draft, and Mr. Albrecht made it clear that it was just a number, it wasn't necessarily solid. It would have actually detrimentally affected 8 of our smaller counties and funded their positions lower because of the fact that they aren't paying and that going salary. And so that's where I think some of these tie together is tying salaries to a functional rate versus that compensation and the percentages associated with it.
Yes, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do plan to resurrect 26 LSO 466 and ask that this committee take that up. We'll get to that in the portion of the motions. And I too am undecided on the numbers within there. So if you would do us the kindness of preparing maybe a suggested amendment from your perspective of how that should be changed, altered, please do so for our next meeting.
Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergraft, I know that we would be grateful to do so. And I actually have some draft calculations on where that would cost the legislature as well. I would note that the counties do provide overall some fairly substantial benefits. And I know that's one thing that Ms. Martineau looked at is benefits as well. I don't want to shortchange that we do appreciate the retirement and other benefits we receive from the counties. But that in looking at those amounts, we certainly want to make sure that the compensation flows fairly. And again, when we're doing these quasi-employee statuses for the prosecutors, the counties are picking up all of those benefits. And I don't want to not recognize that.
So I also would like to get it right. And so I would appreciate your input as well on the numbers on the boost. And so we do get it right. And so any other questions? Any questions? Yes, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be a question for staff or the representative of the County Commissioners Association. In terms of what your sidebar was, which was really helpful. All of your information is very helpful. Thank you for preparing that. But my question is when was the statute, so 18-3-107A, maximum annual salary for county officials, I guess, when was that established? And do we have an understanding of the backstory of, why the state set a cap on county salaries when we don't pay for them? Thank you.
Chairman Salazar and Representative Sherwood, I certainly would welcome Mr. Riemann to come forward and speak. I will note that there were all county, prior to 2022, all county officials were capped for some reason at 100,000. That had been in play for a substantial period of time. I do believe that was, they were in different subsections at that time, and LSO probably has better legislative history than I do. In 2022, in recognition of the fact that we simply were having prosecutors that weren't running for office because of the salaries, there was a substantial movement for now Circuit Court Judge Aaron Whiteman and Sweetwater County and prosecuting attorney Danny Aramosby kind of led the charge for our association to have our salaries raised. And then at the time, I think that it was just the onset of the discussion that maybe is where it's accumulating today. And so in order to get the support of the other associations, then the statute was modified to bring all of their salaries there. But again, it is just one of the things in studying 183107 that I have a quandary about as to why that would be a concern for the legislature. You do have some statutory and constitutional mandates, and so I don't want to pretend like you don't, but I don't believe those require you providing caps on those salaries. And so that would be an issue. The only other thing, and it is, I'm sure you're already aware, since if you continue to tie our salaries to the circuit court, if you were to get us to that fair market value, you would have to functionally adjust the judges' salaries as well.
So Ms. Callis, take just a minute, and I'm doing this primarily for the general public who's watching. What happens, I know these appear, and they are big numbers, but what happens to an office that is undermanned, isn't paid adequately? What happens to the course of justice, to victims? Talk to us about that.
Chairman Salazar, I appreciate that. There were 3 years in Uintah County where it was myself and one deputy. So he handled circuit court and I handled district court. Our circuit court has between 600 and 700 cases. Our district court vacillates between 90 and 130 cases, depending on the year and the progression. For example, random things can affect that. Right now, because of the overtime issues with the troopers, we're not getting a lot of interdiction cases on I-80, but that's a whole separate discussion. So there are 2 things that could happen. One is you have to start prioritizing what you prosecute. And certainly there was a substantial issue that led to disbarment in the First Judicial District several years ago, when there was a determination by the district attorney in that location to stop prosecuting specific misdemeanors, for example, because of staffing issues. That is certainly a concern that comes into play and could be a concern is when you have to choose because of the just functional time. There's only so much time in the day. If I have to choose between sexual assaults and murders and drug cases, I'm going to choose the sexual assaults and murders. And so functionally, when you have underfunded criminal justice system, whether that is the prosecutors, which are certainly where I am here today, or your public defenders, which they don't get a choice, they just get to deal with what gets filed, then you then have people choosing on what laws to enforce. And what I've prioritized might be substantially different than what another prosecutor prioritizes. And so you then get disparities across the state.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think we all need to hear what the consequences are if we don't adequately fund that type of criminal justice system. So yes, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for asking that question. That actually is part of what led me to this. I found myself frustrated looking from the outside in with what was happening in our county. And so the first thing I did was go to the prosecutor and say, what's happening? And that was an enlightening conversation. Sometimes, as you know, you get in this job and you think this is what I'd like to say, and you have to give that some serious consideration. There's an old expression that says you get what you pay for. And that generally is only half true on the bottom half. If you underpay, that's what you're going to get. On the other hand, if you overpay, you won't necessarily get what you think you're paying for. So the other aspect that I learned was if they don't have the staff there, particularly in the public defenders, then they have to go, just like we did with the nurses. They have to go on the open market, and they end up paying exponentially more for those attorneys to come in. And what was happening effectively was the public defenders were being better paid than the prosecutors. And the state finds itself, from my perspective, in a weird position where we're kind of paying both sides. But this is mandated. This is what government does. And as I began, we need to do it properly. So thank you for being here, Ms. Callis, and for all the work you've done on this. And we're not done yet.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other comments, Ms. Callis?
Just along the lines, Chairman Salazar, what Representative Pendergrass, I'm getting used to calling him Senator because that's maybe what's happening hopefully in November. But just to always focus too and remember that when you're looking at what value you're paying in comparison to the private sector, the people that are working in your criminal justice system, we've made a conscious choice because of our personal belief system on where we are versus where we could be. And that in assessing those values, then you have truly dedicated people who believe that they need to do what they're doing, and would ask to make sure to not only functionally and fairly provide for them, but your constitutional mandates. On an aside that is not this topic, I do want to take a moment to thank the legislature for 2 bills that came forward this year, because I think sometimes you wonder about updates. I do currently have a prosecution for grooming, and so I was very, very appreciative of that statute. Ironically, the criminal behavior that is being prosecuted occurred in late March and beginning of April. So if you had not made that immediately effective, I would not have had that tool in my box to be able to utilize. And in my jurisdiction, unfortunately, we have found that it would have been wonderful to have the stalking of minors statute, because unlike the circumstance or case that you heard testimony about, the individual that was committing the stalking allegedly, I should say allegedly, because these are pending cases, we didn't know who that individual was. So there was no protection order in place. And so it didn't facilitate otherwise having a felony already. And so they are going to likely be prosecuted federally because we don't have a big enough tool to really effectively address the grievous conduct that occurred. And I do currently just have another prosecution where if I'd had the grooming, I think it would more appropriately address where the behavior is. So just 2 highlights from a number of hard work cases you guys did during the actual budget session. And we always are appreciative when you keep in mind the ever developing course of conduct that people have, because we do want to hold people accountable. And so I do appreciate that.
So again, thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Callis, and we'll be hearing from you and appreciate that. Do we have Director Obrecht still online? Director, do you have any comments on this? Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, just happy to talk about the bill draft we did last year and where those numbers came from and how it would impact county and prosecuting attorneys in the judicial branch, and some other ways to maybe play with those numbers too, if the committee wants to. And maybe just for your background about county official salaries in general, 14.3 of the Wyoming Constitution says that you have to fix county official salaries. So that's why we have those maximum salaries in there. And I've got a rundown on, for the last 45 years, how the county and prosecuting attorney salaries have changed. And Representative Pendergrass was right. Started out at the state was picking up 50% in 81. And now if it's paying the highest percent, it's at 32.5, is what the state share would be at the highest salary level. So, Mr. Chairman, happy to talk about the bill draft whenever the committee wants to hear about it.
Any questions for Director Obrecht? Okay. Any comments from LSO staff here? Anything? Okay. Do we have any public comment online? Anyone here would like to give public comment? Please come up. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I thought I might offer a few comments since we were referenced a number of times in the testimony. I did want to just point out the Constitution, constitutional provisions. There are actually two, Article 14, Section 1 and 3, both talk about fixing county salaries, and in particular, 3 does get to elected county officers. So that's certainly an important backdrop that has always existed in this conversation around what the salaries should be and what the legislature's role is in that. Of course, you have done a number of things through the years. Just a few years ago, as has been referenced a number of times, you did make some adjustments that allowed for the upper end of the salaries for all county officials to be higher. And that was certainly an appreciated move. I did want to just provide, and I haven't had great lengths of conversation with county commissioners about this particular topic, but I wanted to at least provide what I think may be part of the consideration that many of them are making relative to this topic, and in particular as it relates to county and prosecuting attorney salaries. In that work that we did just a few years ago, of course, you did increase the upper end cap, but in that same work, you made some changes to, in particular, 107F. And in your memo, that's on page 11 at the very bottom. And that was to insert a provision that you would pay 50% of both the prosecuting attorney salary or the deputy, and you added whichever is less. And that's a really critical thing that I think county commissioners are thinking about. And although I think they're very appreciative of the work that you did this year to provide some additional monies to help offset or increase county attorney salaries, your budget, of course, was for a 2-year period. County commissioners are setting these salaries right now for a 4-year period. And so if you don't take any action, one, to provide some additional financial resources, then counties are going to be on the hook for that. And because of that, whichever is less, they're going to be picking up that additional portion. So while I think most county commissioners would love to provide some additional support, they're looking at this whole pie. And to even expand on that further, they're looking at an initiative this fall that could reduce property taxes by another 25%, and depending on some actions that you might have to take, it could even be a deeper cut than that. They're also concerned about what the State Board of Equalization is doing relative to residential property taxes. So there's lots of things that are going on in a county commissioner's mind right now relative to their budgets, and some of that's not at all at your feet. That's just the reality that's out there right now. I do think this is something that commissioners want to take up. Weston County is a great example. I think they would love to increase that salary. It was only a few years ago that their elected county attorney wasn't even a resident of their county. He was a resident of the neighboring county. So in some ways, they're very lucky to have their county attorney to be from there.
So let me ask you this, and I don't want to put you on the spot,
Yep.
but So we heard the lowest was at 75. Is it your thought that that was solely because of budgetary constraints within that county that was at that number? Because on the face of it, that's a really low number. I mean, and you heard testimony of what suffers with regard to the enforcement of law, of victims' rights. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to go back and get you a very firm answer around this. But I would say Weston County is entirely a budgetary constraint issue. I've attended a number of their meetings through the years, and I will tell you, in each one of them that I've attended, they've had to cut some sort of benefit relative to staff just to try and get through to the next budgetary cycle. It is a wide deviation, and I'd love to find them some support. And I think you're doing part of that work, and I deeply appreciate it. But I'm happy to go back and get you a firm answer.
I'm not criticizing those counties. I'm simply trying to find a solution to a difficult problem. And as you mentioned, there are a number of decisions that the voters are going to be deciding later this year. So, on the face of it, you hear a number like that compared to what is being requested, and it's somewhat alarming. I have no doubt those elected officials are dealing with some economic constraints that are bringing this about. But yeah, if you could provide this committee maybe with greater detail on some of those counties that are facing those hard decisions, it would be helpful, I think. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to do that. In that vein, what I was going to recommend, you've certainly heard a number from Ms. Callis, and I think that's great that she's providing that. I would just also encourage you to go into provision F and take a look at making some revisions there. My recommendation might be that you set the upper end maximum that any county can go towards, and then go into F, take out that $50,000 and $30,000 reference. If you want to keep the 50% maximum, that's fine, and then take out whichever is less. So you're always going to be a maximum of 50% of whatever it is. And if you want to go higher, make it 75%. I'd love that too. But at least take out some of those constraining elements that you've put into state statute that ultimately are part of what is creating the issue.
So that's the other question I have. At a time when some counties are not perhaps meeting even the minimum of what these salaries should be for prosecuting and county attorneys, and yet some people want the top cap removed. I'm not understanding that. If you can't pay the county and prosecuting attorneys the minimum, but you want the legislature to remove the maximum, explain how that works?
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't suggesting to get rid of the maximum that you would set it at. I'm just saying get rid of the constraining factor, which essentially sets the minimum you're going to pay in the system.
Questions? Other questions? Anyone on Zoom have a question? Okay. Anything else? Appreciate it. Appreciate your testimony. Again, I'll ask, is there any public comment? Yes, Ms. Callis.
Chairman Salazar, I appreciate the opportunity. I do want to correct Mr. Riemann. The language in which it's whichever is less was enacted in 2000, and it was either 2007 or 2009. That language was not added in 2022. It has been there for a substantial period of time. In fact, and so when we're facilitating those numbers, and that is certainly, I don't necessarily disagree that percentage is a consideration that the legislature should make. I just want to correct that that is not a new provision. That has been there for a substantial period of time. In addition to that, there are statutory minimums that are included in these sections. And so that is also a consideration that you could provide. And while certainly Mr. Riemann is here to represent the County Commissioners Association, I would note that effectively, Weston County is only paying their prosecutor $15,500 in the next 2 years. When you offset what the state is paying, it is that amount plus whatever benefits he is receiving. And so in reality, while they may have budgetary constraints, I do not believe that is justification for what has been done. And I will say some communication related to these matters provide for that. And Mr. Riemann is going to respectfully disagree with me. I just know I've been helping with Budget 160 and the amounts that are compensated to the counties for the last decade. So in relation to those provisions. So that's just my parting comment. And I don't think or believe in any form that any of the proposed legislation that Representative Pendergraft addressed was trying to minimize or place additional obligations on the counties. Just the opposite. I feel like this entirety of this discussion is to facilitate and recognize the quasi-state employees that we are.
Well, I know you're both representing your constituencies very well. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to direct you to House Bill 63 from 2022, which ultimately was enrolled at 47. And in provision F is where ultimately the legislature put in the $50,000 relative to the county and prosecuting attorney and did add the words, whichever is less. Now, what it didn't add is related to the deputy or the assistant county attorneys. That whichever is less did exist before, but it was added to the county and prosecuting attorneys.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Anything else from staff that we need to deal with on this issue? I want to thank both of you for your testimony. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Thank you.
Director Olbrecht, for your help in this matter too. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, you bet, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if you want to talk about the numbers in Representative Pendergraft's bill, I can talk about those and the effect that that bill would have. Or
Yeah,
if you,
why don't you briefly go over some of that for us? That would be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of JAC, as was discussed, the county prosecuting attorney's salary is set to the circuit court judge's salary. And that salary right now is at $153,700. When we were looking for a mechanism or an indices to put judicial county and prosecuting attorneys and district attorney salaries to tie them to, we looked to federal judges' salaries. And because federal judges have salary escalators built in to reflect inflation and other cost of living increases, and we thought it would be then if we tied judicial salaries and the county and prosecuting attorneys and district attorney salaries to federal judges, you'd have those built-in escalators. We can retain some ability, though, for the legislature and the Joint Appropriations Committee to approve those salary increases through the budget requests of the judicial branch, the district attorney offices, and the county and prosecuting attorneys in that section 160. I've drafted language to do that that's not in that initial bill draft that Representative Pendergraft and worked on. But Mr. Chairman, just quickly, the current salaries for federal district court judges. So this is the lowest level of federal court judges that are appointed by Congress. The current salary for a district court judge is $249,900 a year. And Mr. Chairman, what we've done is then you can tie that $249,000 a year to Wyoming Supreme Court justices, and then go down, say, 10% for each level of court judges. So the district court in Wyoming then would make $224,000 a year. The circuit court judges would make $199,000 a year. And then that circuit court number, as it provides statutorily, would tie into what the district attorneys were paid and what the top end for the circuit court judges, or I'm sorry, for the county and prosecuting attorneys would be paid. Mr. Chairman, I've also played with those numbers a little bit to reduce them by 10% for each level. So what I mean by that is the Supreme Court justices, Wyoming Supreme Court justices, if they were paid at 90% of what a federal district court judge would be, that would be just shy of $225,000 a year. District court judges would be about 202, and circuit court, county and prosecuting attorneys and district attorneys would be just below 180,000 right now. Mr. Chairman, just something else to keep in mind. When you're talking about all these salaries and when they can increase, there's constitutional provisions at play. The judges can't get a salary increase during their term, and what the Wyoming Supreme Court has held on that issue is that when an opening in any circuit or any court level occurs, then when that new judge is appointed, that resets everyone's salary. So these salaries wouldn't become effective immediately. It would take some time for it to ripple through the system, and for those to become effective. So, Mr. Chairman, happy to discuss any questions on that. Any directions from the committee on a bill draft for the next meeting too.
So Director, let me ask you this, in tweaking the county and the prosecuting attorneys, does that then alter the judicial salary scale?
Mr. Chairman, by the way that the statutes are currently written, that high end for the county and prosecuting attorney salary is tied to the circuit court judge. So if you wanted to raise the high end of the county and prosecuting attorney salary, the way to do it would be to increase the circuit court judge's pay under the current statutory scheme.
So there is no mechanism where if we wanted to increase the salaries for prosecuting attorneys and yet not affect the judicial pay scale, that currently is not an option?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's not an option under the current statute. You just have to change statute.
Any questions? Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
You bet.
So what, Representative Pendergraft, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to direct LSO to essentially renumber 26 LSO-466. I have a working draft 2. It's been sent to everybody on the committee. It's also been sent to all of the LSO staff. my preference would be to leave the numbers that are there as a placeholder rather than just using XXS. It seems to focus us a little bit more. I have asked Ms. Hallis to provide us with any recommendations she might have, and I would ask the same of Director Obrecht, maybe to give us, if we did this, this would be the effect. If we cut it 10%, this would be the effect. So we have an idea of where we're at and how much a change makes. So again, I would move that we take this old working draft and make it a draft for this committee, and that we also request the information as I've just laid out.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Discussion. I have a question, and it goes back to what I had mentioned earlier with regard to mandating specific amounts versus simply reversion if they didn't take advantage of it going directly to the salaries. Your thoughts, Representative, on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we ran into the same thing with education and recalibration in the silos. And I would prefer not to have to mandate to be from the top down. I do understand that counties and cities were created by the state, and therefore we would have that authority. But I would prefer to leave that in local hands if at all possible, and then monitor that and I would ask the county commissioners across the state to bear in mind the increase in revenue that they have seen over the last 5 to 10 years, which is substantial. And when you look at that, you also have to say, okay, well, we've also suffered inflation. We've, all of those pluses and minuses. We have to separate between the wants and the needs. This is a need, this is an essential service, and it needs to be done properly. And I believe at this point, we're not doing it properly, and we're paying a price for it by, for example, not even prosecuting certain offenses because we just don't have time. I believe we need to put those things first, do those things that we must do, and do them well. And then we start looking at the counties, and I've got numbers on every county in the state. Start looking at the counties and saying, how many of these wants are we paying for? And do what every family across this state has had to do, because our income has not kept up with the state's income at all. And it's time for the counties to tighten their belts, say we're going to do the things we have to do. And so those are my thoughts. I would rather not rein in the commissioners, but I'm going to watch.
So, Representative, that would be a part of the draft, would be not a mandated, but if those funds, state funds, were not used specifically for the salaries, that they would revert back to the state. Is that correct?
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe this is for Director Obrecht. Have we ever seen in statute kind of a matching design for local or county funds? So let's just say we're going to match up to X number of dollars, but it's a 1-to-1 match where if a county wants to put in $5, we'll put in $5. If the county wants to put in 75,000, we'll put in 75,000 up to a line. Have we ever funded that way? Is that kind of a policy we've ever taken?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Harrelson, you bet it is. I did a little research on the county and prosecuting attorney salaries since at least 1981. And Mr. Riemann is right that language, 50% or less, of the $50,000, it came back in whatever it was, 2022. But it was originally in the statute in 1981, where I think the county and prosecuting attorney salaries was set in 1981 at between $35,000 and $45,000, and the state would pay $20,000 or 50%, whatever was less. So, but then that went away in, I think, 2007. It was just that we'll pay 50%. So that 1-to-1 match in county and prosecuting attorneys. And I think the idea is is that the state should pay for the share of the prosecuting work that the county and prosecuting attorney does on the state level. And if that's 50%, if that's 60%, I don't know. You know, Ms. Callis had numbers on what she thinks her office does for prosecuting criminal cases. And maybe that's something for the committee to consider. Do you set that state share of paying the county and prosecuting attorney and their assistant salaries at what that level of state work they do is, just like we do for the district attorney offices?
Okay. Yes, Representative Pendergraph.
Yeah, thank you. Reference that last comment. I think you're going to see if we go that route, right or wrong, what you're going to see is a lot of counties say upwards of 80, 90, 95% of my work is state.
So I would like to propose an amendment then to the draft, and I think it'd be a friendly amendment, which is that any state allocation or help specifically for the prosecuting county attorneys, if not used by the county, would revert back to the state. Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
We didn't do it formally, but yes, Director
Mr. Chairman,
Olbrich.
let's ask Don real quick, but I think that money already reverts if they don't use it. It's specifically for county and prosecuting attorney salaries under section 160.
Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Those funds that the state appropriates can't be used for county roads, the county clerk, the county commissioners, any other county expenses. They can only go towards the county and prosecuting attorneys.
Then my concerns are alleviated. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose an amendment that we don't go quite so high with the number from the federal the judges were referencing. I would suggest our Supreme Court do a 90% and then 80% and 70% in your proposal. Instead of being Supreme Court, I think currently as it's written would be 249,000. It'd drop it to 224.
So Director Olbrich, is that mechanism available to us?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've already got it drafted actually. And that's that we put the Supreme Court at 90% of a federal district court judge salary, the district court in Wyoming at 80%, and then the circuit court, district attorneys, and county and prosecuting attorneys at 70%. And I can give you those numbers again, but Senator Larson's exactly right. With the Supreme Court judge would be at 200 and it's almost 225,000. The circuit court would be at almost 202,000, or I'm sorry, the district court would be at almost 202,000, and the circuit court would be at 180. And Mr. Chairman, maybe I could propose another thing for the committee to look at. What I've heard, before the session when Representative Pendergraph was working on this bill is JAC and the legislature would like to maintain some sort of ability to approve any future increase in these salaries. And because when we tie them to the federal salary, they will increase when those federal salaries go up, just like per diem does or mileage for legislators. I've come up with the mechanism whereby the judicial branch, the district attorney's offices, and the county and prosecuting attorneys will submit their new salary requests for each budget cycle within their budget documents. If those numbers get funded through JAC and then ultimately approved by the legislature, that would be the approval for to keep pace with the federal judges at whatever level you decide to put that at, 90, 80, 70. So anyways, I'll give you that language to look at too if you want that.
Right. So I want to get to that. So we have no problem with Senator Larson's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both the adjustments by Senator Larson and thank you, Director Olbrich, for reminding me of that aspect. Yes, we don't want the legislature to lose the reins.
Okay, so that will
Um,
be put in both
so
those.
We'll put those in. And
Uh,
I just wanted to say, I think it's important that the draft that comes out of this does have numbers in it so that each of the counties can have an opportunity to look at exactly where we're at and then make recommendations off of that. If we leave it entirely empty, we set ourselves back.
So that was my other question, Representative Pendergraph. What are the numbers not changing in the bill draft as of now?
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that the numbers would go to Director Obrecht's 90%.
Okay,
As he elaborated, we'll start there. And then everybody can prepare their arguments one way or another from there, especially those counties who may see some adverse. They would be better prepared to defend their position.
okay. And as a note to LSO, when this bill draft comes back to us, I'm guessing that the judicial branch would probably want to be here to discuss these changes. So I would invite them to testify on these numbers. So,
Mr. Chairman, you
Uh,
bet. We'll make sure that, that they know they, and, can be in attendance.
good. Any other thoughts with regard to the draft?
Mr. Chairman, just one last point.
Yes.
On, and we discussed this quite extensively, but on 18.3.107F, if I understand the committee's directive right now, it's to remove the floor for the state's match on both the county and prosecuting attorneys and their assistant county and prosecuting attorneys. So I will just, the draft you will see will just say the state will pay 50% of those salaries of the county and prosecuting attorney and 50% of the salary of each assistant county and prosecuting attorney, if that's the directive of the committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Pendergraph?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a starting place, so certainly.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I'd like to have numbers in place so that the argument then can proceed from that.
Okay. That's a good beginning. Anything else? Anything else? I think it's just a voice vote. All those in favor of such a bill draft with the provisions that we've just put in, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Those opposed? Carried. Okay. Anything from LSO on this? Okay, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I'm signing off. We'll have a good rest
Thank you,
of the
Director.
meeting.
Appreciate it. I'm, with the indulgence of the committee, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. I'll bring us back. Director Richards, who do we have next then?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Director Tricia Bach from the Department of Administration and Information is online to present an update regarding the employee group health, dental, and life insurance program. She's joined by her team in Cheyenne.
Great. Director Bach, good to have you here this morning. Understand everything that you're dealing with. Please take it away, and we'll eagerly hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Patricia Bach. I'm the Director of A&I. Employees Group Insurance falls underneath A&I, as you all know. I'm here with Karen Williams, the Program Manager, and Aaron Williams, no relation, who is the Human Resource Division Administrator as well. EGI falls under the Human Resource Administration. So I wanted to talk a little bit in the beginning. I'm going to turn it over to Karen because she has the detail for the update. We've been busy this spring with EGI. Karen Williams is on the Health Insurance Affordability Task Force. That met last week for the first time, and then they have another 2 days later on in the summer. I think it was a very good discussion. I think it came up, and I believe that Representative Pendergraft can also opine on this as well, as he's on the committee as well. It went fairly well. There's a lot of discussion about health insurance affordability that kind of morphs into health care affordability. So that's something, it's a big issue that the task force is taking on, and I appreciate all their help. We also have been talking about school districts coming on to EGI. Although that was not mandated by the legislature, there is one school district that is coming on January 1st, and then another entity most likely coming on that same time. So we've been busy trying to be prepared for some influx onto the program. With the Insurance Affordability Task Force, there's been discussion on how we help those in the state that are struggling to find affordable health care. EGI is in that conversation, so hopefully we'll have some thoughts coming out of that task force at the end of the summer. But we're here right now to talk about the update for the Employees Group Insurance, and I'll turn it over to Karen Williams if you don't have any questions for me.
Any questions? Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Karen Williams, Program Manager for Group Insurance. Just a couple of things as far as what we're working on currently. So I just wanted to let you know that I did send out an email to all of the business managers for each school district on April 21st, and I've received 8 responses back. All of those responses were that they had no interest at the moment. As Director Bach said, Goshen County School District has done a letter of intent to come onto the program 1/1 of 27. We are currently doing, or just finished up our RFP for our core benefits. That's health, dental, disease management, prescription, and life insurance. That was concluded, and so I'm working on those contracts now, effective 1/1/27. Siegel is working on our rate projections for 2027, and in addition to determining what the rate should be to cover anticipated claims for 27, we're also looking at some possible benefit design changes. I know you've heard me say it before, but we're trying to balance what's best for the member, the employee, as well as what's best for the plan financially. So looking at the changes we've made to the program over the past 20 years have basically been increasing the deductible and adding a high deductible health plan option. So things may look different, whether that be 27 or 28. So just know that we are looking at how the benefit is currently designed in hopes to make sure that we have what's the most modern benefit design and is effective for our members while still trying to keep in mind all of those cost containments. We're also looking at what levers we can potentially switch. What are the things that are driving these costs that we might be able to do something about? we track with those contractual arrangements that both Cigna and Delta Dental have, along with the pharmacy, with through our PBM, our pharmacy benefit manager, what we're spending and what we're saving. So that's where that benefit design comes into play too. Between utilization management and our design dictates how much the employee pays and how much the program pays. So that is what we're working on, and that there may be some changes coming in the next year or so.
So let me stop you there and ask you a couple questions. So I guess just in simple language, are premiums going to go up?
Mr. Chairman, yes, they will absolutely go up for next year. That's the part. We will know about mid-July what that looks like, and we'll be working with Director Bach and the governor's office to determine what the final approval is.
So you don't have the number yet?
No, sir.
Okay. And then do you help me understand the reason for the premiums going up?
Mr. Chairman, the claims are going up. The information that we received, one of the good examples I can provide you is when we had our annual review with Caremark, CVS, the member cost share for drugs has gone down 13%, which is unprecedented that the member share goes down a double digit, which means the plan is exponentially paying more for the drugs. So it's healthcare cost. It's just the claims end. Like I said, we pay 4 cents out of every dollar to administer the program. So nearly all of the premium goes right back out to pay claims. That's the kind of the crux of it. So.
And then Director, would you be coming to this committee for the supplemental for any additional help?
Co-Chairman Salazar, the way that we do it is last year you would have seen a budget load from the budget department, and that's how it gets through the legislature. So when we look at doing maybe a 10% increase, we haven't done an increase in, I believe, except for this last year, we hadn't done an increase for quite a while. So that budget load puts it into the budget as a top number, and that's as far as we can go. However, that budget load was not input what EGI requested it to be. So we may have to come to you in the supplemental and say, we're going to have to bump up that budget load to a certain amount. We have had an unprecedented year. And I believe Representative Pendergraft heard this on the task force as well. Our increase is exponential this year. And if you remember, when we usually talked about it in the last 4 or 5 years since COVID, there was a lot of savings after COVID. A lot of people did not go to the doctor. And then now we're seeing that come back. And when you do that, as most of you probably are aware, when you don't go to the doctor, but then something happens to you 3 years later, it's usually worse at that point. So we believe nationwide that has tended to be what happens. So what happens is the EGI program manager will come to me after the actuarial looks at our program and says, you need a 12% increase. I'll look at the numbers and work with the governor's office and come up what that increase will be. And then that increase will be implemented. If we decide to do or want to do some major plan changes, that's when we will come to you and discuss how that might look and get your approval on plan changes. That's generally how the process works. Did I answer your question?
You did.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of the ripple effects of what you've just told us. Okay, please proceed.
Is there anything else I can talk about with the ripple effects? Is that something that I can help with?
Well, it'll come in a minute, but
Okay.
for now, please proceed.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, some of the other information I have that I can provide that is just a leverage to kind of understand some of our spend. So I understand that dental is a smaller issue compared to the health insurance and the pharmacy. Those are much bigger issues. But the billed charges that Delta Dental received for the state program, EGI's program for 2025 was $34.6 million in dental claims. And based on what they paid of 16 million and change, that's just over a 53% savings. That's based on the fact that the program doesn't cover everything. There is the utilization to make sure that they're clinically necessary services. So that cost containment does exist. One of the things I can share with you that in 2023, the dental claims billed was 22 million. It jumped to 24, another $12 million, and then it's the same for 25. And the information I've received about that isn't because necessarily the cost of dental has gone up, but because of COVID, a lot of folks didn't get services during that time frame. So then once there was that recovery, all the services they needed largely were more extensive than they would have been had they been able to treat them earlier. But there's definitely cost containment within the design of our dental plan. And on Cigna for our health insurance claims, I don't have all of the numbers right handy, but we do track high cost claimants. So Cigna sends us an email for any claim over $150,000 that's billed. One, so that we can verify that they're actually eligible before it gets paid. And that just gives us an opportunity to keep an bird's eye view on those claims. And so in 2025, we had $49 million in high cost claimants, and what was paid was just over 12 million. So that's a $37 million savings. Depending upon your side of the pancake, and providers would not be happy about that number probably, but from the insurance side, that's the cost savings. Some of that's negotiating on case management. If you've got a high dollar NICU baby or a transplant, things of that nature. But there definitely is cost containments built within the system. So we're continuing to review in deep detail to try to figure out how to explain why the costs are what they are. On top of the fact that 2025 was unprecedented across the nation. So Wyoming, even though we know that Wyoming healthcare is expensive, more expensive than the average state, it is a problem across the country. So that's,
let me ask you this. Recalibration has not come into effect yet with regard. I mean, I think that comes on later with regard to the school districts wanting to participate in the in the insurance. So what will that do to your configuration as those schools come on with regard to joining the public employees insurance program? Then the other question I have is, you're dealing with Cigna. Are there other companies willing to compete for that contract? Or are we stuck with that particular company? Maybe you can help me with a layman's question on that.
Sure, Chairman Salazar, members of the committee. I'm going to take that last question first. We go out for RFP, which is a request for proposal, every 5 years. It's in statute that we do that every 5 years. We send it out. We get companies that bid on the healthcare, dental, life insurance, all the other ones. So this year we did that this spring and it was completed, and I believe it's public. That Cigna did win that again. I can turn it over to Karen to tell you exactly what she can on who was put their proposals in.
Mr. Chairman, during the RFP process, and I don't have it to memory, I think there was a third option, but we did have Cigna and Blue Cross Blue Shield both bid. And I think there was a third one. We interviewed and did a follow-up interview during that RFP process for both Cigna and Blue Cross. And we had the scoring, we had 6 scorers involved in that and reviewed all of the information that was bid. And the ultimate decision was to stick with Cigna. There's a lot of factors that go into that. Cost savings, ability to administer our program based on certain logistics like in and out of state, in network, out of network. So it's a very large decision to make with some complex layers to it. But we are sticking with Cigna for this next 5-year period.
So can I ask, was it even close?
It wasn't, yes, it wasn't a gaping canyon between the two. But they were definitely the leader based on all of the different things we have to consider besides just
Okay.
cost. Mhm.
Okay.
And I will
Any
mention,
questions?
sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna, any initial questions here from the committee? Okay.
I'm not sure I answered
Wait.
your first question, though. You had two questions. That was your second.
Yes, the other question I had was, if premiums are going to go up,
Oh, school calibration.
the school recalibration, obviously with, and by the way, I think there were some schools that simply couldn't get in because of the 120-day limit. But you may see them in 24 months, but yeah, maybe you can address that issue if that is also going to have an effect on the premiums.
Sure, Chairman Salazar. My initial answer will be yes. We just don't know which way. We could have 5 or 6 school districts come on in January. They still have time to do that. So if we have that, depending on the health of those members, that's what depends. And that's what we're trying to figure out. We're working with the Department of Education to try to get a little more information. So we at least have a better idea of what would happen if, say, all the school districts came on. So it could go either way. We could have a whole bunch of folks come on that are healthy, that help the plan, and we don't have to raise rates, and it makes it a better plan. We could always have it go the other way, where we have a lot of people coming on maybe that have what we call $1 million babies. We had a $1 million baby in A&I, and those are the ones that are those high dollar claims. The same with hemophilia, things that go on for a lifetime. And so they're $1 million a year, every year for their life. Those are the high dollar claims that Program Manager Williams was talking about, where Cigna negotiated some of those numbers and got that huge decrease in claims. So we would not know until we figured out what their membership looked like coming on. So it could stay exactly the same and not really change much. It would be, if all of the school districts came on, it would be doubling our membership. So there's about 30,000 lives in the school district. That's about what we have currently right now. So it would, like I said, it would depend on the health of the members. And I would hope that it would stay status quo. But you don't know that until we figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, if you, one of the things we've done with the entities being able to opt into the EGI program, if let's just use Detroit County School District, if they were to choose to leave EGI, the state program, we're required to provide them two years worth of de-identified medical claims so that they could go out and go to bid and try to get another carrier if they left us. So one of the things we've done to try to help a little bit in the unknown of the health condition of what our claim utilization might be with any entity coming on, whether it's district, counties, cities, is we've put in our opt-in manual for them to provide us 2 years of de-identified claims data from their prior carrier. Now, again, if we get an entity that comes on July 1 of 27, that's not going to be able to necessarily be included in the rate setting process for the next year, but we will still have that claims utilization to help us levelize that a little bit rather than just waiting for a reaction, a reactive impact. And I will tell you, I just confirmed, so we have 2 members on our program currently that cost $2.9 million a year for medication. And then we have another 6. We have 6 hemophiliacs on the program. And these, I believe, are it's a very rare bone disorder. These are the things that we can't.
hemophilia.
Oh, no, but there's 3 other individuals that have a bone disorder and they're incredibly expensive, but so all of that
Yeah,
is.
no, I see the,
Yeah.
I see the challenges that you face. Representative Pendergraph?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies, isn't it true that in general, a larger pool will put downward pressure on premiums? And then second of all, it would seem to me, and there's got to be a number fairly readily available out there about this population of school district employees and the relative health of them compared to the general population. I would think that they would tend to be healthier than the general population, in part just because of age. You have any insight on that?
And Chairman,
Director?
Representative Pendergraph, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. It depends on, so for example, our average age, we have a pretty healthy pool at EGI, which is a younger age at approximately 35 to 38 years old. I would assume that the school districts are going to be similar to that. One of the things that I hadn't thought about, and it came up in the task force, if you remember, is the school districts at that younger population have a lot of babies. We have a lot of babies too. So I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I would talk with our actuarial to see what their thoughts were, and we can have that information at your next meeting too. Maybe have a little more information, but I'll turn it over to Karen to see if she has any thoughts on that, but I wouldn't disagree with you.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me. Representative Pendergraft. It is true if we get a healthy group. And age sometimes dictates that, but medical conditions are what they are and they're hard to determine. So when the Turner County School District came onto the state plan in 2010, they added 2,000 people to our program. And we didn't have any way to do any rate setting based on anticipating that membership. It was just simply absorbed, which is why when our reserves are well endowed, are well set, that's easier to absorb. But the utilization that those members then about 18 months later showed, that was then included in that rate setting process. So if we get a real healthy 2,000 people, that absolutely can help the reserve and our cash flow. If it's all, claims in, dollars out. So we're getting the premium. The answer is yes and no.
And Chairman and Representative Pendergraph, I would, on your first question, we are working with the Department of Education and the school districts trying to get that information. So we hopefully will have a little more concrete information for you at your next meeting if we could be added to that.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for bringing this. So I guess obviously as all of us are watching our health insurance and seeing the shifts and the changes, I mean, I don't think any of us are terribly surprised. I hate to say that. With that being said, when we had conversation with you guys last year, you anticipated an uptick, but not to the level you're seeing. Am I correct in saying that? Because I remember us having this conversation saying, yeah, it's going to be higher, but now you're saying it's way higher than we anticipated. Am I correct in that?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Harrelson, I would agree with that. I think it's something that the nation is experiencing, and I think we're all the insurance folks are a little surprised at how high it is. We've never seen it, at least I have not since I've been here. And that's 9 years as HRD. I was HRD administrator before this. So I was involved for quite a while, and this is the highest I've seen it, the claims. And I would like to mention 10%. Say, for example, the increase is 10%. That 10% is approximately for a family that's on the $900 deductible is approximately $46, I believe, as the increase would be. It's approximately $46. It's more for the agency. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up. So, and I can't remember what the agency is, but I can give that to you as well, but it's a percentage.
Other questions? Okay, I know I'm trying to stay on schedule here. What else, Director, do you have for us?
Actually, if you want to let us know if you want anything more specific, if you think about it later, just Karen keeps in touch with us, and she can let us know what we need, or Dawn can let us know what you need, and we will happily avail ourselves to your next meeting.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have time to dig into this at our next meeting, but I just wanted to set the stage. I had a constituent reach out to me regarding EGI and our interim topic regarding COLAs, and flagged for me that state of Wyoming currently subsidizes health insurance costs for retirees who are on EGI, but that amount has not been adjusted since 2007. So within this vein, as we talk about inflationary adjustments and how costs for healthcare have gone up, I'm wondering if Karen or the director could speak to kind of where we're at with this formula for that retirees remaining on EGI. And I can follow up with ideas on how we adjust that in the supplemental.
Chairman Salazar?
Yes, Director.
Representative Sherwood, I'm sorry, I did forget about that, and I did watch those emails going by. I will turn it over to Karen because she dug into that a little bit.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, as we discussed a little bit, that the fund that's sitting there for that money that comes in for future retirees does continue to build, and that we are invoicing the state auditor's office for actual retirees at a far less amount than what's coming in. So I am in full support of increasing the amount that the retiree would receive for their credit per year of service. I mean, we could talk about options of maybe even potentially reducing what the employer pays in. I mean, all of us are feeling the inflation, but I mean, the retiree is the recipient of the healthcare. So I'm open to discussing any of those, but we figured, I think that it would take, I don't have my notes in front of me, I apologize. But it would take 12 years to deplete that fund if we just stopped taking money altogether. That's not the goal. That's not what we want to do. So I'm kind of in favor of leaving it at the 0.6% for employers. We could potentially reduce it, but that's entirely up to you all. And but I'm fully in support of increasing what retirees would receive. Forgive me, I use the terminology, it's better than a poke in the eye, but $11.50 times your years of service is the credit you get per month off your health insurance premium. 20 years ago almost is, yeah, we should increase it for sure. I'm not sure what other details you might need, but we can absolutely have more of that in black and white for the next meeting too.
Thank you for that. And just, trying to get my colleagues here on the same page. So right now, the $345 max that was set in 2007, 2008 is worth only $213 today. So again, we feel that. We all feel that inflationary adjustment. Right now in the budget, we have provided for $2.2 million to cover the retirees' contribution for those who are on EGI. And if we did an inflationary adjustment, the ask in the supplemental would be $655, just a little over $500,000 to make that right. So it's not a big lift by any means to get that inflationary adjustment in place and help out our retirees. And I'm happy to send these numbers to the committee via email.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Sherwood, what's interesting, correct me if I'm wrong, the 655,000 is for those retirees that need an appropriation that retired prior to 7/1 of '08. So that's just for that smaller demographic, and that pool never gets bigger. If people either drop the insurance or pass away, they will continue to get smaller. It's the folks that retired after 7/1 of '08 that are being fully funded by that employer payment for future retirees. So this would allow the appropriation as well as increasing it for all retirees to get a better bang for their subsidy.
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Okay, Director, before I go to public comment on this issue, anything else?
Chairman, no, thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
I'm hoping that, I think this issue may come up in August. We may have you back. Perhaps at that time, I know it's always better to have in-person testimony, so hopefully your schedule will permit you to testify in person on these issues, and appreciate your testimony today. So-
Thank you.
So with that, I will entertain any public testimony here. Is there anyone here that would like to testify on this issue? Is there anyone online? I know I have an individual, Mr. Ralph Hayes, who wanted to possibly testify. Is he online? Okay. And just for the public, how do they reach out if they want to testify? And how do they come online?
Mr. Chairman, when we post the meeting on our website, there is a testify button, and they go through a simple registration process, their name, contact information, so that we can send them the link. And then once they have the link, they are invited into the meeting as an attendee. And then when you call for public comment, we go ahead and move them so that they can provide that. I do want to let you know that I did see his registration previously, but I do not show that he has actually logged in today.
Okay. So with the committee's indulgence, I'd like to take just a minute or two to give anyone an opportunity to come online and testify on this important issue. So if the committee doesn't mind, I'd like to just stand at ease for a minute or two and allow that opportunity if because I do want to give that opportunity. So let's just stand at ease for a minute. Okay, we'll resume public comment on this particular issue, and I'll ask again if there's anyone online that would like to testify. If so, let's go forward. And I'll simply ask if we're waiting on someone or if someone is actually there. Okay, that's fine. We can.
So Fernand, who's in the teal shirt, is here to testify.
Oh, okay. We can wait.
Waiting on someone that actually
So we can hear you. I don't see your camera on, but that's fine. Please, Mr. Hayes, go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Give us your thoughts.
You might want to turn your volume down. Mr. Hayes, I can barely understand you. Can you speak a little closer to your mic?
Mr. Hayes, would you please mute?
Yes, great.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead. Welcome and please give your thoughts.
Okay, my name is Ralph Hayes. I'm the former program manager for the Employees and Officials Group Insurance Program. I'm actually a constituent and we're currently on the program. I do have several concerns about the program. One of the largest ones being that we've seen insufficient rate increases in place. The reserve have fallen below the floor as of December of last year. And basically we've seen 60% drop in reserves over a 27-month period. So that tells me that we're not actually putting the rate increases in place to keep the program financially solvent. We do have a reserve policy, which is actually not being followed. We're down to roughly April reserves was sitting at 38 million. The floor is supposed to be 44.4 million. The reserve ceiling, 134 million. I have significant concerns about the rate setting process for this particular program. It's not transparent. It hasn't kept up with the claims. It's ultimately, I have suspect. And the reason being is Department of A&I actually bankrupted the program under the previous administration, under the Meade administration, where they weren't putting rate increases in place that were sufficient to pay for the claims. And early into the current administration, the first year, the reserves actually went into the negatives. We were being floated by the state to be able to pay our claims mid-month. COVID, fortunately, we didn't have to do drastic rate increases, as Director Bach mentioned, because nobody was going to the doctor, so we built our reserves back up. But we put into place a reserve policy so that we would put in appropriate rate increases to keep our reserves between a floor and a ceiling, so this would not happen again. Unfortunately, now we're sitting out there where, according to the actuaries and according to the graphs that I've seen, and I provided to the chairs, program is potentially going bankrupt sometime in 2027. That is a big concern to me and to other constituents. I just don't like seeing this non-transparent rate setting process. I don't like seeing the actuaries being basically ignored, which has been case in point for Department of A&I, not the program managers, but the Department of A&I. And here we are again having substantial reductions in reserves, and April reserve again being down to $38.3 million. To be honest with you, I had a recommendation for this group is to look seriously at moving the Employees Group Insurance Program out of the Department of A&I and put it into the Wyoming Retirement System. Wyoming Retirement System already services the same multiple entities that Employees Group Insurance does. I do have an issue where the executive branch, who comprises roughly 41% of the total enrollment, is actually making decisions on the rates for the other 59% without representation. So that's the gist I'm headed for. Again, I have provided information to the chairs. I just don't see Department of A&I in the long term being financially prudent on the program and allowing again reserves again to be dropping towards and headed towards a bankruptcy situation. That's not prudent fiscal management. So I stand for any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hayes, for being here, and thank you for pushing through and getting on to the Zoom call. That we do appreciate your input. I appreciate the kind of the out of the box thinking of maybe it's time to do some reformation on this and some shift and change. So with that going forward, and possibly if we were to take your consideration up as far as bringing it out of A&I and putting it into more of the hands of the retirement group, do you feel like there's concern that that would be an area that they haven't had really any experience in the insurance realm? I think that's a bit of a concern that I see right off, is just it would be kind of a new lane. Yes, they're definitely very much well versed on working with the retirement group, but are they well versed in working with the idea of healthcare? So can you maybe give me your opinion on that? Because it sounds like you've been in this world and understand it well.
Mr. Hayes?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, basically the question is, does the retirement system have any background in insurance? Well, they do offer life insurance, but quite frankly, A&I does not have health insurance background either. Originally, the program was its own agency, and it was moved into the Department of A&I to provide better oversight. My concerns being the oversight has slipped now to where we're not prudently managing the program. The nice thing about the Wyoming retirement system is, do they want us? No, they don't. But the point being is they're used to working with actuaries. They're used to working with numbers. They're used to being fiscally prudent. So with that information, plus all the decisions they make are handled by a board who already represents all these entities that Employees Group Insurance covers. With that in mind, it's a public setting where an actuary can come in and talk to the board. They can provide the information. A rate decision can be made in a public setting. Plus, there is also a senator and a representative on that committee. So there's always somebody present at that rate setting and information meetings who can provide information back to the legislature on what happened as far as a rate increase is concerned. I mean, one of my frustrations, quite frankly, with this particular presentation by Department of A&I is nothing was provided. There was no information as far as, what is the fiscal situation? What is the history? How are rates set? We've got a substantially new to an Appropriations Committee. The membership has changed pretty dramatically last year, and yet there's been no update as far as how the program works, how rates are set. You know, I mean, the last committee meeting that was earlier this month, 4 agencies provided substantial information ahead of time to give the committee a chance to look at numbers and information so that they could have questions. But what did we just see? We just basically said, oh, here's a few things going on with nothing substantial in front of you to let you know what's going on. And quite frankly, I find the fact that we've had that drastic reduction in reserves to the point where we went below the 4 as of December was not even really addressed. But I do believe again, the retirement system may not want us, but they are uniquely positioned to be fiscally prudent and operate the program. They don't have to be any more operationally knowledgeable than ANI because the program manager does the day-to-day operations. It's just that when we get into some of the reviews and the rate setting, they can deal with that.
So Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good points. I like this. Thank you very much for having this dialogue with us. I would agree with you. I would agree with you that probably we don't have enough knowledge in this area yet, and we need to dig deeper. And I appreciate that input. Throw another idea out there. We do have a Department of Insurance in the state. What if the Department of Insurance worked with the more the retirement side maybe and could do a little bit where maybe we do have people who have more knowledge on it as well as someone that is used to working with this demographic group? Do you think that would be an option as well?
Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Chairman, no, the insurance department is really the review entity who looks over employees group insurance. If you look at the insurance department is supposed to regulate employees group insurance as far as the insurance side of it. So having that underneath them does not make sense. In fact, the Department of Insurance audits EGI once every 3 years and provides a report back to the director and to the program manager. And, you know, just make sure things are continuing to be operated appropriately. And I will note that the independent actuarial report within that insurance department report for the last 3 times has basically said, if you need a rate increase, you need to put one in, even if your budget doesn't allow for it, to keep the program fiscally prudent, fiscally sound.
Well, Mr. Hayes, thank you for your comments, and I would ask that you send the information that you sent to the chairs to the rest of the committee so they can see also what you have recommended. And again, I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions any other additional questions, Mr. Hayes? Again, thank you, Mr. Hayes. Director Bach, do you have any comments?
Chairman, I do have a few comments. I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Mr. Hayes has not been involved with EGI for a number of years. And I want to make sure that everybody remembers that every month we send the balance and the numbers to the JAC through Don Richards. So that information is coming to you monthly. And I want to make sure that we are more transparent now than we have ever been. And we have worked very hard to do that. So I want to also talk a little bit about the retirement department. Retirement, as Mr. Hayes said, does life insurance, but now we do their life insurance. So they no longer do that. We take care of that for them. Also, in the years that have gone by, when I first became director, one of the things I asked is why the Department of Insurance is not more involved with EGI. And if Representative Pendergraph might remember at the Affordability Task Force, that issue came up. We don't really get technically regulated by the Department of Insurance. However, it's my opinion that having the Department of Insurance more involved in EGI would be a helpful thing for EGI. So for example, if the budgets are tight and we're trying to, and we need to do a rate increase, if the budgets are tight enough, the employees bear that cost. So instead of it being $46 for a 10% increase, it'll be $146 for an increase for the employee where the agency stays the same. So that's what we want to stay away from. And so one of the things on the task force is talking with Jeff Rood, who I talk with quite a bit, and having them more involved in EGI. So I just wanted to make those few comments. I don't want to get in a tit for tat about that. I just want to make sure that you're aware that we have been sending monthly reports to the JAC, something that Mr. Hayes would not be aware of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those comments. I know we have two more individuals. Is there anyone else online? Okay, I know we have Senator Hicks here, who I definitely want to hear from. And then we also have another individual. Why don't you come up to the table, sir? Because we definitely want to hear from you as well. So Senator Hicks, welcome. Good to have you here. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Mr. Chairman, it's just sitting as one of you a number of years ago, the JAC spent a lot of time working on this issue. And I would tell you that I think Mr. Hayes did a pretty good job of articulating some of the problems and the liabilities in the past. I would encourage JAC to look at some of the reforms. At one time, we had a bill draft out there. One of the problems we run into when the program went broke and it was correct, Mr. Hay was correct, is under the Meade administration, is the governor can give rate holidays. And so they just say, hey, you don't have to pay your insurance premium this year. And it resulted in a $30 million liability for the legislature. And so I would just encourage you maybe pull that one up, dust that off, but there needs to be more legislative oversight of this program, bar none. And I think Mr. Hayes did a good job. The only thing that I would disagree with is don't put that in WRS. Those people are responsible for $9 billion of retirement investment, and adding another job, I think, would be superfluous to accomplish in their mission. As you well know, we in the legislature have over a couple $1 billion liability because those programs are not, with the exception of one or two, are not actuarially sound. So I would not want them to take their eye off the ball. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as an old appropriator and having grappled with this issue, but I would look at that issue of rate holidays. That's what really got us in trouble in the past.
So Senator Hicks, since you have been we're a longtime member of this committee, can I ask you your thoughts? You're an expert on this. Is this the committee that you would suggest looked into this? Or is there a different committee? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, historically, this committee has taken a look at this,
Okay.
and it's a big agency. There's
Right.
a lot of issues there. But given the seniority that you have on here and the complicated of the issues, I think it's probably reasonable to be here. Certainly that's up to the discretion of management council or leadership, but this is a serious issue because I do think we're heading for another situation where we're going to get a surprise, ladies and gentlemen. And I just think there's a lack of legislative oversight in this program.
So you think that this committee should go forward in looking at this issue then?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please, sir. Just introduce yourself and looking forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Brian Baker, I'm here. I'm the president of the Wyoming Game Wardens Association. So our association is concerned at the high price or high costs of health insurance for our retired members, as well as
folks that are getting close to retirement. And so, you know, it's the if our retirees are choosing to stay on the state's insurance, it's eating up a big portion of pensions. And it's keeping a lot of our guys that are close to retirement working maybe longer than they'd planned. So just real briefly, I mean, just would ask you guys to look at options to help cover a portion of health insurance premiums for retirees, possibly look at increasing the state subsidy that was set in 2008. So that has been increased since 2008 from $345 as a maximum, which is equivalent to about $213 a day. So, you know, in that time period, as everyone in this room's aware, everything has gotten more expensive. Everything has gone up, and yeah, just looking for ways to help retirees out and make things go a little bit further.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions? Again, appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Anyone else? Well, I didn't foresee this these comments, but I'm glad we heard them and take them into consideration. And does the committee have any additional thoughts before we move on? Anything? Okay. Director Richards, what's next? What do we have next?
Mr. Chairman, the next item on your agenda is State Forester Norris to provide a brief update of the fire expenditures for this calendar year.
Great. State Forester Norris, good to see you with your good group of personnel, and please take it away.
All right. All right. Well, good morning, Chairman Salazar, Chairman Bear. We're still in the morning. And members of Joint Appropriations Committee, my name is Kelly Norris. I'm the Wyoming State Forester. With me today is the Assistant State Forester, Fire Management Officer, Jared DeLay. We also have our Assistant Fire Management Officer of Aviation, Chris Fallbeck, here too, just in case you start throwing quite a few technical questions at me about aviation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this committee with a wildland fire update. I have provided the committee a handout for your review, but I'm going to provide you more current updated information. This was created a couple weeks ago. Wyoming is entering the 2026 fire season in a significantly stronger position than 1 year ago. The legislature's investments in aviation, wildfire capacity, forest health, and firefighter support have been implemented and are producing measurable results statewide. We do remain concerned about drought conditions and increasing fire potential through the summer, but Wyoming is better prepared than at any point in recent years. So far this year, Wyoming has had 486 wildfires that burned approximately 23,100 acres. It is important to remember that these numbers are continuing to grow daily. As of today, Wyoming has had 4 emergency fire suppression account fires for an estimated cost of $660,000. One fire occurred in February, one occurred in March, and we had 2 early in June over in Weston County in the hills. Wyoming's local and federal firefighters have been very successful keeping wildfires small and contained this spring. Wildfire activity has remained manageable so far this year. Below normal precipitation and drought conditions continue to elevate risk across portions of Wyoming. Conditions are expected to deteriorate in July and August. But the encouraging news is Wyoming enters this period with this expanded response and capacity and preparedness thanks to the investments made earlier this year. The objective of these investments is pretty straightforward. We're going to detect fires early, respond aggressively, keep fires small, and reduce the likelihood of costly large wildfire incidents. From March through May, multiple wildland fire meetings occurred with local, state, and federal partners. State Forestry helped to coordinate updates with local agreements. We met with the new U.S. Wildland Fire Service leadership that are in place and continue to work really closely with our rural fire leadership on training and records. In April, we successfully finished the private fire prevention and qualified insurance approved resource rule. So this means wildfire access and resource approval is now required for all individuals, contractors, or organizations associated with property protection and wildfire mitigation for insurance companies. So we officially have received our first permit request and provided a certificate of approval for operating on wildland fires in Wyoming to an insurance company. This year is what state forestry staff are calling our Prove It year. We are focused on providing safe, effective, and supportive statewide response. And we are truly grateful for the support that, especially from this committee, in building that capacity. So in May, State Forestry brought on our seasonal heli-tac firefighters and our seasonal seat-based manager. Our contracted Type 3 helicopter began service in mid-May and is based at the Duncan Ranch. The heli-tac program is staffed with one permanent position currently under recruitment. We are also proud to have hired our first smoke buster graduate to join the heli-tac program this summer. On June 1st, our contracted Type 2 helicopter and all 4 single-engine air tankers came online. And we started with all 4 of our seats stationed at the Thunder Basin seat base located in Gillette. And that is due to the fact that we brought our aviation on so early. Both Casper and Worland are BLM tanker bases, and they do not open till June 15th for their staffing. Now that we're past June 15th, 2 of our single-engine air tankers did move to Casper. So we'll have 2 up in Gillette currently and 2 in Casper to support the statewide response. Our Type 2 helicopter is located in Casper as well. So we're fortunate to have activated our aviation resources early. Every contracted state forestry aircraft has been utilized on wildfire incidents so far in June. Really demonstrating operational demand for those aviation resources. To date, the Type 3 helicopter has supported 9 wildfires and delivered over 30,000 gallons of water, while the Type 2 helicopter has responded to 5 different wildfires and provided over 24,000 gallons of water. And our seats, they have responded to 9 different fires and delivered over 25,000 gallons of retardant. Construction of the new helibase at the Casper-Natrona County International Airport continues to progress well. It is expected to be completed 2 months ahead of schedule, which means it'll be about mid-July. The Smoke Buster program will have 25 inmates participating this year. This is the highest enrollment since COVID-19. We had 18 participants complete wildland fire and chainsaw training in early June. While they were still finishing up their training, we had a small crew of 7 support Weston County on a fire. And then the day the crew became available, they responded to multiple fires in northern Campbell County. So far this year, the program has responded to 6 fires in 3 different counties. During the month of May, the program has completed fuels reduction project work in the Mallow Camp area. And we are currently in the process of finalizing our site leader as we continue to build that depth and skills within our staff in this important program. The Gannett Peak Wildland Fire Module in Lander and the Pronghorn Wildland Fire Module in Douglas have successfully hired and onboarded their seasonal firefighters. Approximately half of those 20 seasonal firefighters hired are from Wyoming, while the remainder come across the country from California, Georgia, Kansas. I think we even had Colorado, New Hampshire. Currently, 22 of the 24 positions are staffed. A regional manager and a module leader have been hired under the Lander positions, and recruitment remains underway for the regional manager and the module leader in Douglas. The positions were brand new positions for the state of Wyoming, so they required to be created and established through Human Resource Department. All wildland fire positions became available for recruitment at the end of April. So that means hiring and onboarding all was completed in less than 2 months. Both modules are participating in preseason readiness training and really preparing their housing facilities and on operating bases. And as of this week, we are going to bring on the Gannett Peak module to be available as of tomorrow, and I believe the Pronghorn will become available for wildland fire response by the end of this week. So that is our go plan. So with that, they're going to be staggering. So we are setting them up. That's another reason why we're starting them a little staggered too, is we're going to try and have the staggered days off. So we try and have coverage statewide between those two modules as well as the plan. So establishing these modules really required some massive support from numerous state and local partners. So I want to specifically thank the Wyoming Life Resource Center, Wyoming State Fair, Converse County Commissioners, Douglas Volunteer Fire Department, our Enterprise Technology Service, and State Motor Pool for helping us rapidly establish these wildland fire modules. These partnerships really made it truly successful. They kind of dropped everything for us and moved all the pieces and places in place quickly. So while there's still challenges to address, including finalizing some housing arrangements in Douglas, we do remain really focused on our goal of ensuring these modules are fully available to support Wyoming's wildfire suppression needs this summer. Additionally, State Forestry was able to hire our public information officer, who will start at the end of July, and we are currently recruiting our fire business accountant. Over the month of April, Wyoming Retirement System developed personalized retirement information packets and provided one-on-one meetings for each state forestry employee who qualified for either the state firefighter or the law enforcement retirement. And we have successfully transitioned 13 employees into these 2 retirements. Also, new hazard pay and the rest and recovery policies were developed and approved through the Human Resource Department. These policies went into effect May 1st, and HRD developed and provided training for all of our seasonals and permanent staff. I do want to take this opportunity to provide this committee an update on the newly created Forest Health Grant Program. So the Wyoming Legislature appropriated $3.5 million to launch the program. We received 31 applications requesting $12.2 million in grant funding, supported by leveraged funds of $11.4 million in matching across 14 Wyoming counties. So together, these proposals represent $24 million in forest health investments. So applicants proposed more than 25,000 acres of project work, demonstrating significant demand for proactive forest health treatments and making the program highly competitive. So to evaluate those applications, State Forestry established a review panel of representatives. So we had a representative from Wyoming Game and Fish. We had a representative from Wyoming DEQ. We had a representative from BLM of Wyoming, and we had Conservation District representative, as well as a forestry expert, retired forest supervisor on the Medbo. So the committee recommended partial funding of 22 projects in 13 counties. Award notifications occurred at the end of this last week. Site visits are starting to occur, and that's happening this summer, and we are hoping to finalize contract awards in September so that these projects move forward. And I remember Representative Pendergraph asking me that earlier this spring, how soon can we make this happen? So we are working hard on that. So before I conclude, I do want to emphasize that State Forestry recognizes the significant trust placed in us by the Wyoming Legislature. Over the past year, our focus has been implementation. We have worked to ensure every position that's funded, any building, facility, anything that we need to, or program that's been authorized by us is producing value for the people of Wyoming. While there's always more work to do, I am pleased to report to this legislature's investments are no longer theoretical, they are operational. And so in closing, Wyoming is better prepared for the 2026 fire season than at any time in my recent memory, probably in Jared's as well. Legislative investments in aviation, wildfire staffing, forest health, firefighter support have moved from this planning to implementation. So these resources are now in the field protecting Wyoming's communities, their watersheds, our rangelands, and our natural resources. So thank you so much for your time today and continued support. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I know I have a senator sitting next to me that may want to add more to this presentation, or do you want to wait? What do you want to do? What are you doing?
Well, Forester Norris, thank you for your comments. And It's always it's always good to hear good news. We don't always get that in this committee. So I will open it up to questions, but I think I'd like to go to Senator Hicks and any other members of your staff, and then allow the committee to ask any questions they may have. So Senator Hicks, what
Thank
are your
you.
thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman Salazar and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. It's a pleasure to be here today. One of my favorite topics is forestry, wildlife, water. All of these things are intertwined within this program if you look at the application. So this is our agriculture, it's our timber industry, it's our recreation industry, it's our wildlife. This is probably, I think, probably one of the most important programs that we've stood up in a long time. Keep in mind return on investment. And so you just went through it. So let's go back to 2024, 70 million in a suppression. Follow up, $50 million in cheatgrass mitigation. Lost revenues associated, tens of millions of dollars of fencing and infrastructure with catastrophic wildfires. But we had the perfect example. We also had on the House Draw Fire, as the forester will tell you, where we had actually implemented some of these programs on state land. What we would call a large catastrophic wildfire burned right up to there and was able to stop it. We had a similar experience last year in my area where we done some fuel reductions, some fuel breaks, had an ignition, and the volunteer fire department was able to just roll in there and put it out because it was contained. And so these things pay for themselves. Remember, return on investment. That's just on the firefighting side, typically 4 to 1 until you see the catastrophic fires come. When them big air tankers start dropping that stuff, we're 10 to 12 to 1. Every dollar we spend managing those forests and reducing those fuels can save us 10 to 12 to 1 on those type of fires. We've inherited a system where we have over 45 years, what I will say, derelict, neglect, and just mismanagement of our federal national forests. Now, sometimes we get a brief opportunity where we've had some financial resources last year with some investment returns and stuff. Long-term, this program is going to save the state tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in just suppressing costs. That 10 to 1 on those big tankers. But it's the overall lost economic activity for those grazers and those hunters and fishers. But on the big picture, I really want to back out because one of the first criteria in this program is to evaluate the impact on water yield. So the largest reservoir in the United States, I'm not talking about a lake, I'm talking about a reservoir, is the Continental Divide. It's the snowpack. So Wyoming is in a unique position that we sit at the headwaters of the 3 major rivers, the Columbia, the Colorado, and the Mississippi. All that water generated here goes downstream. But we know on 100 years of watershed science that managing these forests and reducing these accumulations of dead and dying material actually increases water yield. In fact, the legislature and the Select Water Committee funded a demonstration project to start that next year, working with in the Colorado River Basin. Just to give you some numbers, 80% of all water in the Colorado River Basin is derived from snowpack. 70% of that comes off of the national forest. And so, folks, if there's one thing that we can make an investment, not just in our ag and our recreation and our timber, this is the water that goes way downstream. It's the drinking water. We're sitting here with 40% supplies, on the Platte River this year. This money is the bested money that we could absolutely invest for the jobs and the economy. So, Mr. Chairman, I know as chairman of the conference committee with my good colleague, Representative Angelos up there. Last year we had seeded it with 3 million. It came over to the Senate. We put 5 million in there. We went to conference committee. We kind of split it a little bit, but we leaned heavily on the House's side based on what I thought was a verbal commitment that says, look, first show us what you can do before you come and ask for more money. Folks, those numbers were impressive. Those numbers were impressive. $12 million in request with $14 million matching. 25,000 acres to be treated in 1 year. We need to make an investment in this program. So I'm here to ask the Appropriations Committee to take a hard look and the supplemental budget. And I think given the demand and the opportunity and the savings and the return on investment, I'd like to see you guys come back with a $10 million appropriation for next year. And then let's see what your local firefighters, your local conservation districts, your local timber industry, your ag folks out there, see what they can do with that $10 million. My guess is we're going to turn that into another 20 or 30 million. And well, you know, I had a friend for a long time, and he coined the terminology is you can't fix million-acre problems with one-acre solutions. Folks, we got million-acre problems. And we need to quit following the federal model of prescribing a one-acre solution. And we need to do tens of thousands of acres. Here's the opportunity to do that. We've got the program set up. So, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. I'm going to go to my co-chair, Representative Bear, and then I'm going to go to Representative Harrelson. I just have one question for you, Forrester Norris. Do you agree with that number of 10 million?
So, I mean, we will agree with whatever this committee is going to agree with, is my answer for you, sir, Chairman. But one of the recommendations I am going to have for this committee is thinking about long-term. If this isn't, if we're just going to do 10 million here and then come back and talk about another number, it is going to be difficult for this program to build out some of these projects because we don't know what's coming in the future, right? We don't know how much money is there. So if we want to think about this as what is our long-term goals, do we want to build this out for the long term? When we look at the conservation districts, we look at the land managers, if they know that there's a certain amount of funding that they could look to cost share, that is going to be significant in the expansion of this as well. So I hope that helps answer your question.
I appreciate, Senator Hicks, you giving this committee a number. So that helps tremendously. Chairman Bear, Co-Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I will try to be as eloquent as the senator was in his remarks. But really what I would like to say is thank you to the Forrester for her effort. First of all, for bringing the idea and the vision for these modules and the seats tanker that we funded to the committee as we were looking at recovering from the 2024 fire season, which was tremendous. It was a real conflagration that this committee struggled with, finding the funds to ensure that we made the state and our citizens whole. And so coming up with a visionary solution, first of all, Forrester Norris, well done. That was incredible. But second of all, allowing the committee to spend last summer really researching the issue and rather than having a task force that would have to eventually go through the committee to get any kind of legislation done, allowing this committee to work that issue out with a lot of resources that you brought to the committee and coming up with a solution that I think is going to be tremendous. I would agree with the good Senator Hicks in his comment about the investment and how this is going to save tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars down the road. We all know that just statistically that these efforts are tremendous. But I look at, when the good senator says we need $1 million acre solution rather than a 1 acre solution and compares what we want to do as a state to what the federal government wants to do, I think having our own resources to relieve those county resources when they reach the limit rather than simply waiting on the federal resources. I think we've begun to create a situation where the state can independently determine how we're going to protect ourselves and how we're going to proceed into the future. So again, I just want to thank the Forrester for her insight, for gathering her team together, both here within her state staff, as well as the county resources that came together to help her develop this. And just a big thank you for that. And thank you to the committee for the effort that was put in last summer to get us to this point. I know we're going to have more work to do. And I do agree with my co-chairman that we need to know a dollar amount, but I'd really want to make sure that that's tied to a specific vision, if you will, as to how we're going to continue to improve the system. And I know that the forester will be diligent to bring us that vision. But thank you very much. No question here. Just wouldn't you agree?
Representative Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that we're all in this point after touring yesterday. And I mean, there's kind of that, it worked, right? I mean, good job. Obviously, we're not July, we're not August, we're not September yet. Yeah. I hope and pray that they do lots of fuel management and we don't have any fires in the state, but I'm also a realist and understand that's probably not the case. And so we can talk about the ROI. I think we know the ROI. We don't fully know how deep that'll go yet. And you're absolutely right. It's a 4-to-1 until it all blows up, and then it's exponential past that. So, but I want to work on two more things. Two things that I think we scratched last year but need to go deeper on. The first, I will stay with this first vein we talked about, 10 million. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know what the answer is, but I want to work on a statewide management plan. We talked about that yesterday. Let's get a game plan. I think one of the struggles that I have is the hell attack, the seats, the lats, the modules, smoke busters. Those are all really good reactive assets, but and that's what we have to do. Seeing 24, we had a reactive asset disaster. We didn't have enough assets in your guys's. I walked into that conversation last year and you guys looked tired. I mean, all of you guys were about it like the to heck with it all, we're done stage. And we didn't want that to be your norm. As I went and visited Jeremy and his crew over there in Newcastle, I just saw that they were just done. They were tired. So I want now our focus to be on the proactive side of how do we make it where we don't burn our darn forests down. Frankly, I'm sick and tired of driving my 15-year-old son through areas that I used to hunt that now are moonscapes and say, this used to be, man, you should have seen the trees. They were just beautiful. Well, now they're just sawtooth stumps, right? We want to do the proactive. So let's do a statewide, federal, state, and private understanding where we see those issues. And we have a program that can help us make this reality on the private side, as well as others. We've got 2 modules, a smoke buster crew, and possibly another smoke buster crew in the future that can be cleaning out that country. Let's be proactive. And then as a probes and this crew, I want it to be a deal where we light a fire under our federal delegation to say, hey, quit throwing a 1 acre solution at a let's quit throwing a 1 acre solution at a 100 million acre problem, right? And so that's number one. Number two is this: smoke busters, 25 initial fire qualified inmates as of June 10th. Good job. Great job. I asked Director Shannon, I just shot him a text and said, hey, be on here. I want to talk a little bit about smoke busters. Good job, Director. We've got a pipeline that's working. One of the things that I want to see is we look at possibly a secondary smoke buster crew. I want to know what that would require. Because I understand, and I don't even need it now. Let's just think you guys are starting the hiring process. You're starting to get kind of depth of bench. There's one thing that I think I want to start seeing happen on the DOC side is this. I want to figure out a way that we can get some videography of our smoke buster crew this year. When they're working fires, when that crew's out there, I want it to be a deal where we create one heck of a promo video of our smoke buster team, that we then can create a video that Director Shannon and his team can show in detention to these individuals saying, hey, this is what it is. Because deep down inside, red-blooded American boys want to be heroes, and let's give them the opportunity. And then let's make it a deal where, hey, we have 25 slots on our team, and we've got 75 guys that want to be a part of it. Guys and gals, whatever it may be. Now we're at a point where we then sit there and go, depth of bench isn't a problem. we've got inmates that we can put them in. And then another part with that is you're taking notes. Make it a situation. We've got modules that need filled. We've got air support that needs filled. We understand that you made some mistakes, but we want to give you a future and fire in the state of Wyoming, and we believe in our crews. And so I think that for me, I think if we could get those things knocked out as our next steps, and I'll help in any way I need to, keep me informed in the process. But if we could see about getting a videography team where we create, I mean, when they're doing fuels management, we're videoing it. I'm picturing a 3-minute promo video put together that we show whenever we get those people, like this is a prime group to get into Smoke Busters, show them that video, try to get them signed up, where maybe we don't have them for such a short period of time, but we could grab them for a year or 2 or 3 in the process.
Please do.
Okay. Thank you for that, Representative. Couple things I'm going to speak to in regards to that. I'm glad you pinged Director Shannon, because we do work pretty closely with them on what is allowed and not allowed within their policies. But I think we can make those ideas work, as well as bringing on our PIO, who is very, very interested in that type of promotion. We have worked with DOC. There are brochures in every single facility about our program that has been approved, that is up in those facilities, so that we can recruit. And one of the things we met with our new graduate in particular is we're going to do an after action review at the end of this season, because one of the things we learned is when we showed up and said, well, what kind of boots would you like and what kind of radio? That individual had never had that option. They don't get radios as a smoke buster. They don't get to choose their boots. And so it was just overwhelming, right? And so what are some things that we can do as we bring on these individuals? We're going to take that input because we want to build this out, right? And we want to build it out right and get everybody set up for success. So those are the type of things we are working towards. That program has been around for over 20 years, so we felt like it was a good, sustainable program to bring somebody into. He had applied for that specific program. Our goal, though, is in particular is that pronghorn module. That is a place that we see as a real opportunity to bring in other graduates into it. So we have some learning to do, transitioning from a program like that into our new program when you're an actual firefighter. And we're going to work on some feedback from that graduate. The other thing to be aware of is, yes, we will have some things we're going to need to speak to this committee about. Probably crew buggies. They're over 20 years old. So those are the things that we're probably going to need to take a look at when we look at the sustainability of that program and just the function of it. So that's just top of mind for us right now. But outside of that, I do want to thank Director Shannon and all of his work. It took a pretty big effort, but I do think having that graduate in place and starting to showcase the connection and the reality of having a job at the end of this, we want to continue to build that out. Having some depth in our staff is also going to allow us to build that out with DOC and probably even with state parks. There's some real recreational opportunities. Some of these individuals may not be doing wildland fire in their 40s, but they could do rec trails between the federal agencies and also our state. So those are some things we really want to look at exploring is maybe we don't do wildland fire, maybe we do rec. And how do we bring that group and what do we need to learn from this graduate to start seeing how we can make that transition really positive for future?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one follow-up on that. Even maybe that portion of that promo video, we could even, I don't know, maybe it's a secondary video, but tell the story of this young man or this individual that's broke the system. Because as a pastor and I look at that and go, isn't that what we're trying to do? Like if we look at the whole entire focus behind corrections in the state of Wyoming is to take someone and help them find a freedom to do life a different way. And I think you guys are case in point on that. And so good job. And let's continue to see that become reality. I'm excited to see as our modules start to get staffed by these individuals, if they choose to, but staffed by these individuals who can sit there and go, man, I got a purpose and a life back because of fire in the state of Wyoming. And I hope that in time we can become the state that other states come to ask questions. And that's a big part of that's on what you guys do. So thank you.
Okay, other questions? I want to thank you, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to ask myself a question, but I do thank you for your diligence to allow me just to respond to both Representative Harrelson and then Chairman Bear as this. We do have an opportunity and we have taken a lead around our GNA program that this legislature has stood up is probably one of the most robust in the nation. Ultimately, I think where we want to get to is a relationship. And I think GNA has worked so well because what the Forest Service is no longer the Forest Service that we grew up with or I did as a kid, where the vast majority of those people resided in work camps or ranger districts. They're all on the forest supervisors or Washington, D.C. or someplace. They're an administrative agency to a great degree is not capable. So they need a work arm. That's what GNA does. We go out there and do the timber sales. Now we can start doing some of the fuels work. So I wholeheartedly agree with you guys that this is an opportunity through this forest health to take that next leadership step. And I've spent 35 years working in this field. And what I found to be most successful is when the federal government creates a codependency with state and local governments. In other words, they can't do their job without us. And they recognize the value of those state and local governments to be able to get their mission done. That's what GNA is about. That's what this program's about. It's working around the forest. Sometimes you got to lead that horse to water. And that means you work right up to their boundary. And pretty soon they realize that they look really bad and they come on board. But, you know, we do have a partner out there. And I think more and more they're going to be more dependent upon state and locals. And we have the opportunity to lead the nation here. And so I agree wholeheartedly with both your statements. And so thank you for that and having the vision.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I do want to address number one with Representative Harrelson. Thank you for bringing up Good Neighbor Authority. The state of Wyoming updated our shared stewardship agreement in January of this year with the U.S. Forest Service. Within that agreement, much of it was the same, but some of it was different. And there was a pretty deep commitment, not just by state forestry, but by many state agencies to do more on these forested lands. With that, state forestry did commit to 2 pilot programs, one in the Kemmerer Ranger District and one in the Bighorns, in the Southern District of the Bighorns, to really just take over the entire vegetation management in those areas. We are going to be creating small timber sales to build out the industries, specifically in the Bridger-Teton area. And last week, I visited both Afton and the Grays River Collaborative and that ranger district, as well as the Kemmerer Ranger District. And we actually moved our office out of Lyman up to Kemmerer to just better establish and build out that work and that network between the Forest Service and us. And one of the things that came with the signing of that agreement and with GNA, we received $2 million of investment from the Forest Service just for staffing upon signing the shared stewardship agreement. An additional almost $3 million were put into each of our Good Neighbor Authority agreements. I think almost 1.5 on the Medbo. We had money come into the Bighorns, money into the Shoshone, and money into the Bridger-Teton. All came in to help expand project work within those. So to address getting the federal government to start investing, they have in the state of Wyoming probably more than almost any other state currently. Because we are, by the way, going to sell 59% of the timber on federal Forest Service lands this year through state contracting through our GNA program. Last year it was 28%. We bumped it up to 59% this year. So we are very serious about this because we hear you loud and clear about the need to be proactive.
Thank you again. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion for our staff to look into building a bill draft that would address felons to be able to apply for positions in fire prevention in the state of Wyoming. I think it's a legislative issue that we have. We want to give them this opportunity, and then immediately we sit there and go, never mind, statutorily you can't. And so if we could have a bill draft come forward that would give us the opportunity to address that issue in this up and coming session, I'd be appreciative.
Is there a second? Second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Carried. Thank you again. Appreciate the tour yesterday. It was very instructive and very helpful. Kudos to Director Shannon, and appreciate your testimony. Thank you. What we have next is the Rural Health Transformation Program. Director Johansson. Director Johansson, good to have you here. Good to see you, and tell me your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Bear, members of the committee, Stephen Johansson, Director for the Wyoming Department of Health. I'm joined to my left by Monique McBride, who is our Chief Policy and Communications Officer. Monique joined the department in January, so she's a salty old veteran by now. But she, as a former prosecutor, decided to leave the dismal practice of the law and come to the warm waters of the Department of Health. She oversees, which Representative Pendergraft might remember from the subcommittee last year, our Office of Privacy, Security, Contracts, Rules, Public Records Request, Public Information Office. And in addition to that small workload, she's part of the leadership team for Rural Health Transformation, which we'll talk about today. So glad to have Monique with us, and it's good to be with you all in beautiful Fremont County this morning. Mr. Chairman, as an update on our Rural Health Transformation Program, I'll be brief, but I think it's warranted to provide just a little bit of background. For some of you, this might be a bit redundant, but I think for the public and other folks tuning in, it's warranted. So the Rural Health Transformation Program came out of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or HR 1, that was signed by the President July 4th of last year. As many of you know, that bill, a massive bill, a lot of things not related to me or the Department of Health in regards to the tax code, also changes to health departments, Medicaid programs across the country, which largely do not impact the Wyoming Department of Health or Wyoming Medicaid. But one section of that bill was the Rural Health Transformation Program that absolutely does impact us. Congress appropriated $50 billion for this program for all states to be able to have an opportunity to apply for. Fast forward from July 4th of last year to September of last year is when the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, issued the guidance on the various parameters of the program, how states could apply, et cetera, and gave states in mid-September an application deadline of November 5th of 2025. So a relatively short, truncated timeline for all states to apply. And Wyoming and the Department of Health, under Governor Gordon's direction, we made the decision that in the remainder of September of last year and through October, that we would prioritize as much as possible public engagement and public input into that application development. So over the course of September and October, we hit as many in-person rural communities as we could to host town hall style meetings, but not just to gather input informally. Actually had very good discussions and some structured exercises on how our people would prioritize, if we were awarded funds, the use of those funds. And those meetings culminated in a statewide survey that we did to further refine and quantify those priorities that the Department of Health would set if we were awarded these funds from the administration. And those, all of this information can be found on our website, health.wyo.gov. There's a landing page for rural health transformation, and you can see all of our document libraries and our approved application. In that application, you can also see the top 10 priorities that we heard from the public, from your constituents, on if Wyoming were awarded a certain amount of funds, what should we prioritize first? That's on page 13 of the updated and official application and plan for rural health transformation. And Mr. Chairman, the reason I raised that, which some of you have heard me say before, but I think it's important, is I was pleasantly surprised, but also not surprised at the feedback we got from the people of Wyoming that there was a chance that over a 5-year grant period, which this program is 5 years, if the Department of Health and the director showed up to your community and said, we may have $1 billion of federal award over 5 years. What should we do? One might expect that we would get a laundry list, a wish list of so many new shiny services, technologies, new buildings, but that's not what we heard from your constituents. We really heard a handful of priorities that focused on the basics. When we drilled down and actually quantified this, again, it's all in the materials that we can reshare with the committee, but it's also on our website. We heard things like, we would like our small rural hospital to be financially sustainable, an emergency department that's financially sustainable, kind of a basic service for a hospital. OB, labor and delivery services, somewhere nearby. An ambulance service that's financially sustainable and shows up quickly when you call 911. Access to primary care somewhere nearby. And workforce for those types of services, nurses, CNAs, et cetera. It was really those handful of things that were the public's biggest priorities, and we really designed our application informed by that. So I offer that by way of background because there's a relatively lengthy saga from October to now in engagement with the federal government that dictates where we are today, and we're excited about where we are today. Mr. Chairman, our initial application was approved by the federal government on December 29th. And then in conjunction with this committee, the Appropriations Committee, and the Legislature, you all started drafting House Bill 120, what became House Bill 122, that memorialized those priorities, the parameters, and the funding within this program, which ultimately passed. Fast forward to January, right as the legislative session was getting ready to kick off, negotiations began with CMS, the federal government agency that oversees this program. And there were two components that we were having pretty significant discussions on. One, this committee will remember, is the Rural Health Transformation Perpetuity, a concept we designed into Wyoming's plan that would allow an account to be created and essentially the allocation of these funds to be smaller in the first years so that a corpus could grow and the sustainability plan would result in decades of financing for these initiatives for our small hospitals, our small ambulance agencies, and our workforce initiatives. Because of quite a bit of legal discussion, productive discussions with CMS, with Dr. Oz and his staff, ultimately it became clear in the months that followed that that might not be possible at the federal level. We briefed this committee, the legislature throughout the session on that. The second component was discussions that we had with CMS around the amount of dollars that the legislature and the department had proposed going to our smallest hospitals, to our smallest ambulance services in exchange for conservative and meaningful business model reforms. Some of the interpretation initially by the federal government was that that would violate what we call the provider payment cap. In the initial guidance for this program, traditional provider payments to hospitals or other healthcare providers for services was capped at 15% of the total award. We did not believe and did not design, in conjunction with you all, those those allocations, those investments, and those providers to be traditional provider payments. They were very much in the light of alternative payment models, major reforms to our hospitals and our ambulance services. And ultimately, that became another sticking point of our discussions and negotiations, which we overcame in recent months. And the big takeaway here is that on May 14th, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services fully approved Wyoming's revised plan and our allocated budget for the first year award of this program. Essentially, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, our plan, as you remember it, initially remains almost entirely unchanged, with the exception of the Rural Health Transformation perpetuity. Year one funds may not be spent, federal funds may not be spent into that perpetuity account. So essentially what we've done in conjunction with our partners in the federal government, with you all in legislative leadership over the past 2 months, is to slightly revise the plan and those numbers to account for that. But the concepts, the spirit of the plan, what we heard from our public is almost entirely preserved in the updated plan for rural health transformation. Mr. Chairman, secondly, what I want, especially the public listening, and I've been on a whirlwind of speaking in meetings the past couple of months, and I understand some of the anxiety that's out there that you hear the national news, state news, there's this big program, what should I be doing? How do I get these dollars if I'm a healthcare provider or a community? Right now, at least for the next 10 days, there's really nothing anybody needs to be doing in terms of applying or putting forward proposals, because this month, the Department of Health, since our approval, has been engaged in drafting and developing all of those requests for applications, our requests for proposals, and we are on a timeline to launch all of those on July 1st. So starting in July, folks will see, and we'll do as much communication as we can, that the various requests for application within our approved initiatives will go live. We'll have an approximately 30-day, application period. And then in the month of August and September, the Department of Health will begin reviewing and scoring those applications. Ultimately, to drive to a relatively compressed federal timeline for year one, where these funds year one funds must be obligated by October 30th. We're going to do our best to do that by October 1st. But the spending deadline for year one funds, for those of you who remember ARPA and CARES Act, is actually another year after that. So obligation date of October 30th this year, spending deadline for year one, October of 2027. So while it is absolutely a compressed timeline, a bit of a rapid pace that we are on, I'm nothing if not optimistic that we will hit these deadlines and do our judicious duty to administer these funds in the way that you all set out in House Bill 122 and also how we're approved at the federal level. Mr. Chairman, I'll close with what those initiatives were, and it boils down to 4. The first is access to basic emergency care. Again, in light of one of actually the top ranked priority from our public was access to basic emergency care. And that first initiative involves 2 subcomponents. One is what we're calling critical access hospital basic incentives. So for all of our small critical access hospitals, we are offering incentives to do the things that you all as policymakers and we as executive branch officials over the last many years have been discussing around the sustainability and basic operations of our smallest hospitals. We know that many of these services in our hospitals, like the emergency department, OB care, even high acuity behavioral health, trauma and stroke, imaging for trauma and stroke, are extremely high fixed costs. You're essentially paying or wanting that readiness in that hospital. But we have a very low population, so that low volume is very difficult for some providers to recoup through billing, Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurance, private pay. We know the economic problems of our small and rural hospitals are often rooted in that reality. This is a opportunity and a catalyst that we believe can stem the tide of that problem. And so we will be offering incentives for many of those items that I just mentioned to either maintain them, and in some cases partner with other facilities, regionalize in some cases, maximize revenue in other cases, various incentives that you can see in our documentation. And in some cases, in the case of OB services, for example, or trauma and stroke imaging, offering both startup and ongoing incentives to restart those types of services. And again, with the goal of offsetting those high fixed costs so that it's not a balance sheet loss that you have to cross subsidize with other types of procedures like elective surgeries, et cetera. Again, from the spirit of what our public told us, those were the things that we got the feedback on to use this as an opportunity to shore up those things. Very similar in the same initiative with our ambulance providers doing something remarkably similar. Some startup costs that we've been approved for equipment, upgrades, ambulances, those types of things, interoperable equipment between agencies, but also incentives to partner with a critical access hospital for the operation of that ambulance service. Why? Because critical access hospitals per federal Medicare policy can operate on 101% cost-based reimbursement. So we're trying to incentivize the business practice of getting on more sustainable financial models, in addition to other options that could be out there, all voluntary, but something that we could look to reward if they're taken up, like partnering with a fire district that has already has tax revenue associated with it. Partnering with the state if we can offer through this program a consolidated billing platform that takes, especially for your smallest ambulance agencies that are volunteer-based in many cases, takes that billing and administrative burden off of their plates and also leverages and maximizes more revenue. So that's the first initiative. The second, which is relatively large as well, is our workforce initiative, and essentially 2 or 3 components within that. The most important being what we're calling individual education support. This is where, for a very specific set of professions, largely tied to the nursing industry, so CNAs, nurses, and the nursing professions associated with it, but also EMTs, behavioral health, and physicians, to offer tuition assistance, either in part or in whole, for completing degree program certifications to, again, build that pipeline of workforce in these various industries in our small communities that really struggle to recruit and retain. So individual education support is a big component of that. But also in partnership with our community colleges, to offer grants to those educational institutions to, if possible, and will look different in different communities, build capacity within those same programs in the number of seats they can offer, in the promotion of those programs, going into primary education to show our young folks that there is a career in that you can start here and build a family, build a life in this type of profession. So that's grant making we can also make available and are approved for. Third is health technology, and the big component within that, aside from some smaller state procurements that we will test the market on, is what we're calling the Technology Adoption Challenge. Mr. Chairman, I've been in this department for quite some time now, and I've seen a lot of very successful technology projects. I've seen many unsuccessful technology projects. And in the latter, the general theme I've noticed is that when the state and when bureaucrats like myself pick and choose the technologies that everybody should have, that we should say, this is what we're going to purchase, and we're going to give it out to you all with no choice, no competition, we struggle. We flipped that with the opportunity with these funds to do more of a open request for applications, not picking and choosing the technologies, but making that bottom up, very similar to how we developed the application with the public input. And the way we see that happening is to really set some basic parameters of what we would like to see in those proposals, essentially 2 or more providers, community organizations, communities themselves, essentially, 2 or more being we want to see interoperability, shared use, et cetera. Also, some skin in the game is something that we will score these applications on. So perhaps there's an enhancement to a technology or a brand new technology. Telestroke, for example, is something that many physicians in our state have been promoting for a long time, but these can be heavy costs. And if you have 5, 10, 15, 20% of the cost, but a grant program temporarily could round out the rest, some skin in the game is something we would like to see in those applications. And third, since we know federal money doesn't last forever, if this technology proved to be successful for your community, your provider, your group of hospitals, how does it keep going? What's your financial plan after that? So instead of picking, here's what Stefan believes is the best technology in health right now, which is obsolete tomorrow, and believe me, I've been there, really flipping that script and saying, you show us what you need. We'll evaluate those within our approved budget and see if we can help our communities, groups of providers, procure better technology enhancements. And Mr. Chairman, fourth and final category is a section of our plan and application called Make Wyoming Healthy Again. This was a big push from the federal government under the Make America Healthy Again moniker, which involves a couple of different components. A few of the large ones being integrated primary care expansion, which we're working with our partners in primary care, federally qualified health centers, to see where we could use these funds to expand and hopefully sustainably expand access points in our most rural communities for primary care that ideally is integrated with behavioral health care, which again was a very top-ranked priority from our public. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, House Bill 122 and our federal partners authorized leaning into what I believe Wyoming is rich in our outdoor space, our lifestyle. Healthy living is very possible in Wyoming, in most cases, much more than even some of our neighboring states and certainly around the country. Offering grants, time-limited grants to communities to refresh outdoor space, exercise space, community centers like our senior center spaces during winter for, mobility, exercise, a healthy diet, et cetera. That's relatively speaking, a smaller component of this plan, but one that I think could be meaningful. And very similar open request for applications that we will likely be implementing for that, where we frankly don't know the good ideas that we will see, but with some basic parameters, believe we can make some meaningful funding available to our communities. So, Mr. Chairman, that is a 30,000-mile-an-hour overview of where we are with rural health transformation. I'll close by saying I really, really appreciate, and we appreciate this committee's involvement during the session in helping us craft House Bill 122, putting some wisdom into that bill, but also as things evolved, and they evolved quickly over the winter, being partners with the Department of Health to make sure that we didn't see this relatively large grant program as just another one and done, but really take the concepts that we know are at play in the sustainability of some of our most critical providers in the state, but combine that with the public input that we had. So put simply, Mr. Chairman, I thought it was a very healthy, albeit very fast process. And I'm incredibly optimistic that Wyoming will make the best use of these funds and has set up policy space for our rural and frontier communities that, quite frankly, is something we haven't seen in the Department of Health in the state of Wyoming, to just have the ability to discuss health policy, financial sustainability in this way, and potentially use this as an opportunity to catalyze what could be some meaningful change in the financial state of some of our most critical providers. Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. So two quick questions. First of all, there was a concern about so-called unfunded mandates that you are avoiding then. And then secondly, money that is not utilized or appropriated, is that rolled over or do you lose it?
Mr. Chairman, two excellent questions. Take them in order. First and foremost, on sustainability, this is something I will beseech this committee and the legislature to stay engaged with us on, in that we know these federal funds likely, not certainly, but likely will expire in 5 years. Congress could certainly reauthorize it, but we've planned for this to be time limited. Without the rural health transformation perpetuity, I do think that the sustainability question of some of these initiatives will absolutely hit the legislature's plate in 5 years. However, Mr. Chairman, we have worked to make sure that that is not an expectation. And in fact, on the policy side, as we talked about in Rollins, I am optimistic that with how we've designed the bulk of these funds, approximately 70% of our award, we have planned for our critical access hospitals, our smallest rural and frontier hospitals, our EMS services, our ambulance services, and our workforce initiatives. That's the bulk, 70% of our award. Mr. Chairman, as you grilled me on this in Rollins, because it's absolutely the right questions to be asking, even without the rural health transformation perpetuity, the investments and the changes that I believe we can make to our smallest hospitals and ambulance providers, even in this short term, and with the incentives that we're putting on those funds for regionalization, for partnership, for more sustainable business models with financing arrangements that already exist, a few of which I mentioned, I do not feel like 5 years from now it will be a one-to-one where either I or whoever I am in 5 years with the Department of Health comes to you and says, we need dollar for dollar this exact grant to be appropriated in general fund, because we will have done our jobs very poorly by not taking advantage of those incentives, improving the finances. So even if everything cut off in 5 years, our hospitals, our ambulance providers should be in a much better financial state. And in some cases, again, all voluntary, this is not compulsory, if electing some of these alternative business models that we're incentivizing should be on an absolutely more sustainable path. So that would be my answer to your first question, Mr. Chairman. In terms of again, going forward with this program, we are anticipating that it is a 5-year program and the federal funds will absolutely run out.
So no one knows better than you. This is the classic example of with free money comes obligations. And I will speak only for myself and not the committee. It's going to be incumbent on your leadership to make sure that in 5 years, this legislature is not holding the bag. You understand that?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. And two things I would add. One is just a reiteration. We fully agree. And I hope, and it's my belief, that the partnership through last fall and the winter and the legislative session with this committee and the legislature reinforces that we've seen this in my office and the governor's office as a partnership with the legislature. Part of the reason that our negotiations and our discussions with the federal government were so protracted and took the length of time that they did is because these are the principles we were discussing. Is what is the what's the long-term responsibility of the state of Wyoming when these funds expire? So that is absolutely and definitely front of mind, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Larson and then Representative Pendergraft.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You mentioned tuition assistance for maybe nurses or EMT or any of that sort of stuff. Will there be a requirement that they stick around for 2, 3, 4 years?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, I'm glad you brought that up, and I'll mention that specifically. But there, as you might expect, there's a lot of federal requirements, parameters, et cetera, within these funds. With our workforce funds and individual support in particular, there is a congressional and federal 5-year service requirement. So we will be, and we have experience with that, with loan repayments and other things that we've done internally on a smaller scale. But that is a requirement. The reason I hedge a little bit is all states, including ours, are working with the feds on the details of those. And the devil's always in the details. It's very easy to think of if you pay for someone's nursing degree, you implement a 5-year service requirement or there's a payback provision. If there's something that we can use these funds for in EMS, as an example, community paramedicine training, meaning that's training that EMTs get when they get a call to a house. a transport to a hospital is not necessary, but you essentially stabilize or provide assistance right there. It's low cost, et cetera. We want to incentivize that because it saves on hospital costs, but that involves a training that I believe is 40 or 50 hours. And that's something that would be highly valuable for our EMS systems. And so we're working through the details that if we paid for essentially a 1-week training, should that come with a 5-year service requirement? And even further, Senator Larson, many of our EMS personnel are volunteers. I would imagine the take-up rate would be quite low there if we said, gotcha, we paid for this awesome free training, but now you've signed a 5-year service agreement. So we're working through some of those details, but in general, yes, we want to make sure the accountability on the back end does involve service requirements to the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, always a pleasure. We just spent, I don't know how much time patting the state forester on the back for her vision. And I would do the same here. I have been thoroughly impressed by your vision, by your awareness that by taking these federal funds, we could leave the state hanging. And I remember at one point in the discussion, you flat out said, maybe we just tell the feds to keep their money. You don't hear that from an agency director very often. So my hat's off to you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, thank you. I'm not sure all of those kind words are deserved. I would give them to, I have a very good team, and I know that's a cliche when directors say that, but in my case, it's true. My folks work very, very hard. And again, I hope you all saw, and I think the subcommittee we went through doing a deep dive into the Department of Health was not only informative for you all, but very healthy for us in terms of the performance and the principles that Department of Health adheres to. Rural health transformation was just a microcosm of that, and I'm happy that we were able, in a rapid fashion, to do as much public engagement as we did. It was eye-opening, but also, as I said, unsurprising in the values that we heard from your constituents, from our constituents, in how to best use these funds. So thank you, Representative.
So, Director, I've been on this committee for 2 years, and I want to tell you how impressed I have been with your leadership. You've been responsive. You've gone out to the communities. You've asked their opinion. And I want to share what Representative Pendergraft just said. I greatly appreciate your forthrightness and the decisions that you've been making for the state. And so thank you personally from me for your leadership and the team that you have put together. So although those on Zoom, any questions from any of you? Okay, just wanted to give the opportunity. Anyone here on the committee, any questions? Director.
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I may close, I know you're all planning to visit our lovely Wyoming Life Resource Center after lunch or whenever. My team is ready for whenever you guys would like to be there. Just a few introductory comments, if I may. First of all, thank you. Very, very happy to host you and show you around. This is a facility that takes care of some of our most vulnerable clients throughout the state. It's also a facility that was pretty significantly reformed going back the last 10 years. As you know, and as you will see, something we're very pleased with the state's investment in, rebuilt and many new buildings, lovely buildings, state-of-the-art buildings on that campus. But also what was reformed was the mission of that facility. In conjunction with the rebuilding of the state hospital, the legislature and the executive branch undertook a multi-year effort to have a task force look at what we always feel like is a religion to us in the Department of Health. What is the role of the state government in serving different types of clients, especially in facility-based care? And that's what resulted in the facility that you'll see today. The mission and the population served dramatically changed in 2016, really to work in a couple different ways. One, in conjunction with the Wyoming State Hospital in Evanston for certain populations that we've seen and many states have seen over the years, linger and be served, quite frankly, too long in very restrictive levels of care in psychiatric hospital setting. It won't surprise many of you that some of our clients at the state hospital over the years and decades that we see a real challenge in discharging to appropriate community placements are folks like geriatric psychiatric because of their condition or because of their history, sometimes criminal history, sexual history. Nursing homes, long-term care facilities either can't or won't serve them. That was a population that this new facility you'll see in Lander was geared to help as a more of a step down intermediate type care facility. The second population that we see, we struggle a lot in Wyoming to have placement for are folks that the legislature put into statute as manifesting exceptionally difficult behaviors. And that can be a wide range of clients, but think of folks that might be connected to or adjacent to our DD system, something you all studied pretty significantly last year. There are folks with such that we serve with such significant behaviors that our community DD providers can struggle with and need a place they need a place to go. The default for years had been you use the Title 25 system, and again, the roads led to the state hospital. That's another population that we serve at the Life Resource Center. And we also built a skilled nursing facility at the Life Resource Center for that geriatric psychiatric population, but also folks whose psychiatric conditions absolutely do not warrant the highest level of psychiatric care like the state hospital, but more long-term care, skilled nursing type care that we now have the capacity at the Life Resource Center to serve. But Mr. Chairman, it is not all unicorns and rainbows. These are tough services to manage. It's a tough facility to manage. I want you all to see not only the good of this facility, but hear about the challenges that are absolutely there, a few of which I'll mention. One is just that ability to serve a difficult clientele that can often result in 2-on-1 and 3-on-1 staffing levels. And staffing has, as you all know, has been a huge issue for the Department of Health Safety Net facilities, especially for our CNAs and our nurses, our direct care professionals, direct service professionals, CNAs and nursing have been incredibly difficult to recruit and retain given what the market in the past 5 or 6 years has led to with nursing. You all as a legislature made a significant investment in state employee compensation this last session, which will be implemented in July. And I appreciate the work in partnership with A&I, with you all, with the governor's office. If you look at the outcome of that investment and the skewing and the percentage increases for direct care professionals at Department of Health facilities and other institutions for other agencies, it's much more significant on that end than it is for, a card-carrying bureaucrat like myself. And we're incredibly pleased with that because it's not just being a CNA. It's a CNA at the state hospital or the Life Resource Center deals with some of the toughest clients, and it's a tough environment. And we think that this can make a meaningful difference. But
So that additional funding for the DD waivers, is that going to make a difference?
Mr. Chairman, it's a system that we are tangentially connected to in all of our facilities, including the state hospital and the Life Resource Center. The investment in those community providers, I'm hopeful, will help stabilize the system because while we do not directly serve their clientele moves, and it's always a partnership and a continuum that you have to look at, that the more folks we have that can discharge to community placement, in your example, folks with developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities, when we have more sustainable community placements for them, whether it's folks who need to come out of the state hospital or folks that come out of the facility that you're going to tour today, it's incredibly important. While not direct, it certainly flows through my department, and there's an absolute indirect and meaningful connection there. But Mr. Chairman, a few things. I think you guys know how to get there, so I'll reserve that instruction. But a few things to keep in mind. I have my staff, our administrator, Carrie George, and some of her team very excited to host you and show you around. Given the expansiveness of this campus, we've selected a few areas for you to see. Again, hopefully you will see both very good and also some challenges. given some of the populations we serve, their behaviors and my sensitivity to their day-to-day life, you will also see some, instead of going directly into those houses, see some lookalikes where you can get a sense of the physical layout. But you'll also see some day programming, clients receiving those services. But my personal perspective, I've been in this job for a long time, and I've been part of groups, wearing suits like this that march through facilities. Just keep in mind that this is a residential environment. This is an open campus. These are, as you heard from your providers that you toured in the DD system last year, these are people's homes. I know you know that, but it's something I feel compelled to mention. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I've done this with virtually every committee tour of our safety net facilities. I will be there to do a warm handoff, but I am not going to join you on the tour, not because I want to get out of here. I have other things to do, but a specific reason that I also want you to hear from my staff. And the big bad directors leering over their shoulder, maybe you won't get the straight dope, as it were, on all the problems with Cheyenne's administration of these facilities. And I want you to hear that feedback in an undigested way. So I'll be there to welcome you and then hand you over to the team. But in all sincerity, Mr. Chairman, we're so grateful that you take the time to see this campus, see the challenges we have, but also the results of the labor of this committee and the legislature writ large, and investing in some of the things that are very difficult to manage, but are truly, as established in law 10 years ago, really the role of state government to try to figure out. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you, Director. Any other questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, what time do we think we need to be there?
I was going to write
in the location.
Right.
Is it the same?
Yeah. So any other questions for Director Johansson? Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Director. Appreciate that. Director Richards, let's go over, I wanted to go over committee directives, and then obviously at the end you can, my suggestion is perhaps sometime at 1:30, starting the tour. It still gives the opportunity for you folks to get back and for the Senate members to have some time. So, and then obviously to get some lunch beforehand. Or
say tour and then go to lunch.
so what is your suggestion?
Say tour and then go to lunch.
Who would like to do that? Who would like to do the tour and then lunch? Okay, well then let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do the tour first and then cut you loose, and you can decide what you want to do afterwards. Director, but there's a couple items. I want to go over the committee directives, and then obviously I want to go over the schedule. So maybe you can bring us through that.
Absolutely. Members of the committee, good afternoon. Don Richards, LSO. First of all, this committee adopted two bill draft requests for the upcoming meetings, one related to prosecuting and county attorneys' compensation, a second one regarding felons and service on the smoke buster crew. Looking ahead, I won't step on the toes of the chairman, so this may be subject to their direction and modification. But looking forward, this committee meets again on August 27th and 28th. That's a Thursday and a Friday. You'll be meeting in Cheyenne. It's really a week long of meetings in Cheyenne for many of you. Kicking that off with the chair of the school facilities meets that Monday, the 24th in Cheyenne. And then several of you also serve on the K-12 recalibration meeting. They will be meeting Tuesday and Wednesday of that week. Then the JAC meets Thursday and Friday. So for some of you, this is a pretty hefty lift. In particular, JAC will meet independently on Thursday, and subject to the agreement of the chairs, you will meet on Friday jointly with your colleagues from the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee to discuss economic development and the Wyoming Business Council. Right now, you have 4 bill drafts: the county consensus funding, Wyoming Business Council Program Elimination Bill with a series of eliminations, the BRC or Business Ready Communities amendments in the Wyoming Business Council, and finally the fourth bill draft, the Wyoming Venture Capital Fund. That's the federally funded program. In anticipation, I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. The working group chaired by Senator Larson contemplated the potential need for a third meeting of that working group for those members. They've tentatively set a meeting of Monday, July 13th in the morning. That is a remote meeting, not an in-person meeting. And I suspect they will revisit and digest the reaction to those four bills. I'll pause there. I know there's been some discussion between the chairs as to whether or not those of you who have amendments to those four bills may wish to share those with the working group so that their work product come Thursday, August 27th, could incorporate some of your other ideas. I'll pause there if I misunderstood that direction.
So, Chairman Larson, what do you approve of that concept, or you tell me your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do approve that. I would either invite those to join us that have amendments or provide them to some of the committee members.
Okay, sounds good. What else?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a few more comments, but I see Co-Chairman Bear.
Yes, Co-Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just want to reiterate that I think this is the best use of our time and our staff's time if we will collect our thoughts and get our amendments to the working group. I think that would be the most efficient methodology. So I encourage all of the committee members and any public that is interested in amending the bills as they sit now. I would also encourage the public to reach out to first one of the working group members, and if need be, one of the committee members to get those amendments drafted and advanced to the working group.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, a few more things just looking ahead. This committee has another meeting in September. It is a half-day meeting, remote, jointly with the Joint Education Committee. That is to look at the external cost adjustment. That it appears on September 15th. And that is a morning meeting remotely. Finally, your last meeting before the supplemental budget consideration occurs on October 19th and 20th. That meeting will occur in Casper and will address all of your closeout items. And speaking of closeout items, staff will work with the chairs. We will likely try to slip in some of these items on August 27th, but these are the items that remain on your agenda. You have a potential continuation of discussion on the deaf and blind services. You have continued discussion on the public defender and potentially other elected official salary compensation. You have additional work with the retirement cost of living increases. You have additional bill draft on the felons' eligibility for service on the smoke buster crew. And then finally, potential follow-up with the EGI program. So likely 2 or 3 of those topics will occur in August on the 27th, and the remainder will close out in October.
Okay. I'll entertain any additional thoughts from the committee on any additional ideas. Otherwise, that's the roadmap forward. And I suggest that that we start the tour in the next 15 minutes. And then it's the same location that we were at yesterday. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe so. I believe you would turn right at that parking lot as opposed to yesterday. You followed the sign to the Department of Family Services building, which was on your left.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, again, I appreciate the work of the JAC, and I think quite a bit was accomplished over the last 2 days, and we'll look forward to the tour. I'll adjourn the meeting.